Guten Tag, guten Nachmittag.
Hello, welcome. We are going to start right on time, fulfilling the German stereotype because in time's respect it will become a typical German session. We will kick off right away because we want to start at 12:30 to make best use of half an hour. We are happy to welcome State Secretary Susanne Baumann for the keynote dialogue. Online, we are having also a guest that is under strain due to the budget week, not only because of the CHA conference. Omid Nurmipur needs to join us from the Bundestag, so we need to hurry.
If you are an international guest and an online guest, housekeeping in 10 seconds this time, and we come back to it later on. If you need English translation, please use the button online, which is the world icon, Dolmetschen or translation you will find there. Plus, this is the most accessible conference we ever tried to manage live captioning for everybody who requires that. Can be clicked on online as well. Just go in the settings on subtitles, please. Wir haben ein sehr großes Thema.
We are expecting a huge topic at this conference. We will jump right away without further ado and without boring you with introductory remarks. Let us just mention the Zeitenwende, the turning point in Germany and Europe, triggered by the war of aggression against Ukraine, has certainly promoted impressive reforms in defense, armaments and economic policies, but has also exacerbated humanitarian needs, the need for reform. Huge debates are going on about a more bespoke aid, especially in Ukraine, more tailor-made humanitarian aid. Nonetheless, many observers see a deficit in the turning point that regards especially humanitarian issues. Shouldn't security and reform in humanitarian policies be at the center of the turning point? Today, we're going to discuss this at a political level, the policy level. Tomorrow, rather focusing on various subject matters. I mentioned already Susanne Baumann. Michael Köhler is also welcome, the head of the European Humanitarian Aid DG ECHO from Brussels. Hibab Kalfan is joining us as the head of the NGO network NEAR from Nairobi. Let us start by asking Ms. Baumann, State Secretary. You have the perfect CV, may I say so. Since the beginning of the coalition in office, you have been holding this post, but you have been in the Foreign Office for 30 years. At times you have been leased out to the Chancellery. You have a strong defense background and disarmament background. Let me ask you right away, do you see a challenge during this turning point, which is very much focused on security issues? Do you see a lack of attention for humanitarian issues, or is there a conflict of different targets? A very intelligent man, much smarter than I. This is a quote by Michael Proska. And his conclusion was in the course of the turning point with
for the implementation of global goals such as foreign policy, climate agenda, etc., or the sustainable development goals are also deteriorating. Sehen Sie hier einen Zielkonflikt?
Do you see a conflict of different purposes and targets? What's your view on this? It should work, yeah, it should work. Okay, now. So I had switched it off. Well, thank you very much for this very valuable and important question. Of course, we are dealing with it in the Foreign Office, similar to the humanitarian community. I believe this term of Zeitenwende, turning point, is considered to be rather focusing on the military and security policies. What belongs and what triggered this turning point, it was the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, and also the fragility and also the vulnerability of Germany and Europe. So the major theme is security. This melody, the tune to which we have been singing, security only together with Russia. We need now to provide security against Russia. That's the core meaning of Zeitenwende, which had a direct impact on those areas that we consider to be sufficient deterrence capacities. So the analysis is clear. However, if we look closer, humanitarian needs, we are seeing an enormous growth of humanitarian needs in Ukraine. Look at the situation. 40% of energy infrastructure has been destroyed by Russian attacks. The winter is drawing near. The temperatures are going down. Zelensky recently announced the establishment of heating centers, a humanitarian catastrophe that is going on in Ukraine. It is our duty to help people there, to support them. This is one point. The other point is we must never lose sight of, and we are not losing sight of, the global implications of this war. The food crisis, the energy crisis, all this in combination with the impact of the climate change in unstable regions where conflicts have been going on endlessly for decades. We see a clear increase in the need for humanitarian action. For the first time, a strong increase in humanitarian needs in Europe, but at the same time, also a global increase. So we have to analyze with greater clarity, how can we use the resources that we have at hand in a more efficient way? So, and if we call this the turning point in humanitarian aid, I am totally in agreement with you. You mentioned some concrete numbers, and the criticism is leveled quite often against the humanitarian budgets. The humanitarian budget of the Federal Republic has been stabilized at the last year's level. In many European countries, the situation is worse. We are going to discuss this with Michael Köhler. At the same time, we hear so much criticism that the funding for Ukraine crisis is much better than the one for other crises. Look at the German funding. As of now, you can see it here. Ukraine crisis, 13.4% of all the resources that have been provided. It doesn't sound so overwhelming. Nonetheless, it's the biggest single item on this chart. In other countries, the dominance of the Ukraine funding becomes even more explicit. Look at the funding for various humanitarian crises. Talking about Europe, we have a political priority for just one crisis, an excessive focus against the underfunded crisis in Yemen, Mozambique, and Syria, and Ukraine covers almost 75% of the European funds. Well, may I mention once again the numbers? German humanitarian aid this year, 2022, we have an absolute maximum for the humanitarian aid system with 3.2 billion euros. The foreign minister stated it explicitly and on purpose on the last leg that we have provided another 1 billion for countering the food crisis, also thanks to the support by the German Bundestag. These funds will be used in a very targeted way along the lines of this distribution that we saw just a moment ago in the chart. And these funds will be funneled to those regions that suffer most heavily from the food crisis. No matter how big your budget is, you need to balance your efforts. Where can I use my resources best? Oh, I think we have a very outweighed and considerate distribution. Ukraine is on our doorsteps, and so we have a particularly high responsibility. But we all are well aware, from the minister downwards, that we will certainly never lose sight of the other global crises, nor will we let them alone. No. Similar to what we did in the past. Look at the distribution. I would say we could do some good with this 3.2 billion euros. We will start with the next budget in 2023 with a first draft of 2.7 billion, somewhat below what has been paid out in this year on aggregate. But I'm very confident because experience tells us over the last years, if further needs arise, we will find a good solution together with the Bundestag. Yes, okay, we need to focus on Ukraine. That's correct. But it is not at the expense of the other crises. So you would say, all in all, we have too high a concentration of the Ukrainian crisis. Let us mention keywords like coordination. We are going to elaborate on this this day further on. International figures allow humanitarian operations to be funded at 3/4. Other operations by the end of this year have not yet been financed at a 25% level. Is it a simple, is it a question of lack of coordination, or is it just the security interests? Well, I think it's also linked to the geographical position of the large donors. These are primarily European and Western countries, because they see it right in front of their eyes that Ukraine needs concrete, instantaneous help. That's the reason why we have focused on Ukraine. But it's of the utmost importance, and I think that's is reflected by the states of the global south. In our regions, they tell us we are living and going through conflicts for decades. You do not care for them. And now you expect us to support you against Russia and for Ukraine. Now, for those countries in the global south, it is of extreme importance. And that's also why we make sure that further support is lent to the global south, not only in humanitarian issues, but also in so many other areas. Now we can flag it clearly. We do see your problems. We try to become active and to mitigate those crises. The entire question of equity, the West against the global south. Well, we as the federal government must do everything we can to pay tribute to this debate and not to slide into an antagonism. And Ivan Khalvan will certainly also address this issue. African representatives do have a point. We do have in parts a Eurocentric view. Would you agree? Well, from the perspective of so many African states, I can understand it. Yes, of course, they focus on problems that are emergent in their countries with a certain, how shall I put it, they feel a certain unease in view of this concentration on Ukraine in connection with European security. Let's talk a little bit about content issues of humanitarian aid, apart from money. Reforms of humanitarian aid seems to be more cogent than ever from a humanitarian point of view in the times of turning point. Don't we need a much more localized aid in Ukraine? Again,
Recording
local
stopped.
aids feel pushed aside by this gigantic machinery of humanitarian aid. Isn't it that we need a totally
Recording
different
in
sort
progress.
of funding? These are two issues that belong to this chapter of grand bargain and humanitarian aid and are being debated also under German leadership. We do not see so much progress, even under President Biden. Is there a lack of understanding? When we tune into new times, do we need to take humanitarian issues much more seriously? I absolutely agree on what you have been saying. 2016, the humanitarian summit, what has happened since then? I'm always impatient. I think everything should go on much faster. Whatever you bring up in terms of reforms. And so look at the two big issues. You mentioned there's a flexibilization of funding, moving away from the earmarking. Well, we on our part have a ratio of, I think, 40%. I think 40% share of non-earmarked funds is a good thing. And what we hear from the non-government international organizations, they can live fairly well with it because using these funds has become much easier and reacting to crisis is easier. Regionalization, localization, the second area. Well, just this Monday, I talked to Martin Griffith of OCHA, but also with so many others. I think the case of Ukraine shows us we need to push much more forward in this direction in combination with the question, how do we deal in humanitarian aid with the climate crisis? If you have the keywords of resilience, how can humanitarian aid help to shape a better resilience fighting the climate change? You cannot move around localization and regionalization. Another point that is very close to our heart in the Foreign Office is a prospective humanitarian aid, predictive aid, our G7 efforts that we have brought forward during our presidency. We should focus on greater continuity because with a relatively low expenditure, we can also prevent disastrous consequences. You've mentioned this keyword of a more local aid. Well, there are certain observers that claim Germany could bring in much more political and personnel weight. Let's put this in front here. The fraction of manpower is used by Germany compared to other countries in the areas of humanitarian aid. Do we have to shift priorities in your ministry? Well, some years ago, we set up a proper department for humanitarian aid and stabilization programs, or in general for the area of stabilization. This department is still growing. It's one of the biggest departments in the Foreign Office. I think looking at the human resources, we are in a fairly good position. We have very efficient and effective procedures in place. It's not only the headcount that makes the difference, but we have also a substantially increased budget. And the reform efforts, of course, require also conjunction with others and coordination on a European level. We have good debates going on. Our G7 presidency, well, we made an attempt to use it in such a way that the reform efforts in humanitarian aid have been brought forward. However, we are concerned that other Western states rather reduce their budgets for whatever reason. And, well, we need to comment this in a critical tone. We have not succeeded in broadening the donor basis for humanitarian aid. On the contrary, the Gulf states that until 2018 very important players have been disappeared practically. Well, human resources, the number of human resources is stagnating. Well, it's just the ninth part of the European Commission. Well, I can put this into perspective. I would also like to bring in our online guests and viewers. Once you have joined us, I cannot see it, Michael Köhler. Well, we can also give an opportunity to Michael Köhler as long as State Secretary Baumann is with us. Let's talk about Germany. You have the right target audience sitting next to you. What about the opportunities for a player like Germany that is confronted with huge, great expectations? Policy expectations are still exceeding the funding level. How can Germany become an actor or a factor? This is a question to me. Yes, I think I had given you an early warning. Very well. Okay. This morning when I traveled to Berlin, thank you very much for this invitation. I read your introductory statement or your paper. By and large, I agree with the conclusions that Germany plays too little a role compared to the financial cloud. It's too little of a player. It's more payer than player. You can say the same thing about Europeans, but look at the United States, Germany, and the EU provide more than 2/3 of the humanitarian aid globally. Then you could expect much more. So when it comes to setting an international agenda for Germany and for the European Union, I would say there is room for improvement, or I would say that we have the capability to improve. Why is it? Well, we can talk about this endlessly. Germany should take a clearer position in so many issues. It's not a question of the government alone. For example, looking at the German NGOs are funded primarily by German donors, but other funding sources like the World Bank, European donors, well, it appears that Germany is a sort of microcosm and has little outward perspectives. Some organizations try to change this, but if I compare this to France, Germany, Italy, Scandinavian countries, well, Germany needs to catch up. Karl Skau, Sweden spends about 1/5 of the German humanitarian aid. Just by way of example, internationally, Sweden is more of an agenda setter than Germany, probably even more than the European Union. But I try to change this. So I would hurry on with Ibar Kalfan. I would like to, can I ask Ibar Kalfan, I see you. A cordial welcome together with Omid Nuripur. Great to have you with us.
You heard already that we touched on to which extent is there a turning point in Europe, a Zeitenwende in Germany, and to which extent might it neglect that there might be a humanitarian dimension to it and actually a global one going well beyond Ukraine crisis. Would you have any views to share quickly for Ms. Baumann on that one?
Yeah, first, thank you for allowing me to join online, and hello to the speakers and the audience. It's clear, I mean, just as the State Secretary said, that we are being affected, right? The other countries are being affected. The food crisis is a result of what's happening in Ukraine. And of course, there's understandable reasons why Ukraine is getting the funding that it is, but it's also questionable that the needs are getting greater. The last appeal was at 51 billion that I last saw, and we've only been able to fund, or the sector's only been able to fund almost half of that. So I think it's really a question of efficiency, as the Secretary said, and considering how we can be efficient with the current system and how we can think through using the current implementers, and how we can think through efficiency through localization. And so I think it's not necessarily about who gets the money and what percentage they're funded, but how really we use the money that we are pledging and we are committing to for more effective aid.
Many thanks, Hibak. And quickly turning to Omid Nuripur, bevor wir gleich noch schnell sprechen.
Before we are going to speak in, and before you have to vote on the budget in Germany, this is the last chance. It's 2 minutes before the hour. So thank you for this very important discussion. I just want to throw in 6 buzzwords and then I will hurry to the voting of our budget. First of all, we should use the term of Zeitenwende or turning point with a pinch of salt, because in this case, of course, is important, but we should not overstretch this term. And flexibility and local criteria, such as you just mentioned, great bargain. There was no need to repeat. And we have to find a balance, which is not easy to strike. If on the one hand you have the security debate, on the other hand you have the humanitarian aid needs. And I think we have to turn this around. We should not allow people to demonstrate that humanitarian aid is something against security policy. And last but one, Ukraine Plus, as described. Also, we should not forget other conflicts, but Ms. Baumann has said actually all the important items. And the last point, so sorry for speeding through this subject, it's not the job of the people present here, except myself. We as politicians should do everything to make sure that the reliability will be increased. The fact that Ms. Baumann had to fight hard, and that Ms. Baerbock had to make major effort to add some money to the humanitarian funds, but we should not. This should not be necessary. Actually, everything should be done that the NGOs, both the bigger ones and the smaller ones, should be informed earlier how financing will be handled, rather than just being informed at the end of the year when prices have already gone up. So we should use less to have a greater effect. But this is, of course, the task of us politicians who have to decide upon the budget. So this is a job of the government in Germany, and that's why we should do everything to help and support Ms. Baumann in her work. Sorry that I have to hurry for this voting session, and thank you for having me. And please apologize that I have had to hurry a little bit in my talk. Thank you. Maybe the voting is very quick and you come back live. Ms. Baumann, the last point, national security strategy. There is also criticism that the term of security is discussed very widely in semantic terms, but humanitarian aspects are very little talked about. So if you can say something about that. Yes, thank you. I will add something about the national security strategy, which is still in process as a strategy and will be published in the first quarter after having been approved by the German cabinet. So what is very important to us as the federal government, we should not use a very narrow term of security. When it comes to our strategy, we should rather think of an extended security terms. And looking at the discussion which we've just had, and which you certainly will have this afternoon and tomorrow, there is a need to use this extended term of security and to develop it further, because this is exactly the discussion. With military means, we are able to ensure a certain level of security with our deterrence and with some with our defense capabilities. But everything which is along the lines of development cooperation and stabilization, or even in humanitarian aspects, is of course also contributing to humanitarian security. And this is also the term that humanitarian security should also be put to the center of the national security strategy. And you can rest assured that we will widen the term of security, which will include all those aspects which I've just mentioned once more. Thank you. You can rest assured that we are trying hard to fill this with life, And thank you for coming. Thank you for having you. Thank you for your time. Thank you that we could take part in your process and in your discussion. Thanks also to your commitment and the humanitarian commitment of the German government. We will remain a constructive partner of yours, and we will also inform you about the other discussions which we are going to have today. Thank you for having you, Ms. Baumann. Thank you to you, and I wish you a very interesting event. Thank you. All the best. Thank you. So just take care. There were some cables laying on the floor. So, Michael Köhler, we started our discussion today talking about the extended security term. Let's stay a little bit with a question on how this is appearing now in Europe. When you look at the other European capitals, what is the discussion there? Are we really having a very narrow view on this turn of an era regarding security policy while we underestimate some humanitarian aspects? So thank you. Maybe I will also say something about funding later, but I will start. Thank you. What Ms. Baumann has said about the German definition of the European security term is also European consent since 2003. At that time, Christoph Preußen was still one of the developers of the European security strategy, which exactly based on that extended definition. And in 2016, the strategy was updated. It was then named Global Strategy, and the European Council also approved it. And this is the approach which is actually the same like in Germany, like the discussion which is now taking place in Germany in the view of this new situation and which has been consensus across Europe for decades. Of course, the devil is always in the detail. It's depending on how this will be put into practice later. I thought a long time when I read the title of this discussion and we especially came across the term of Zeitenwende, turn of an era. I think this is a very German term. And of course, it's also a term which is very much coming from the security policy debate. And it's hard to transfer it to the humanitarian debate. And mostly when you have an English text, some leave the German term. No one is actually using change of an epoch or change of an era. They rather use the term Zeitenwende as was used in Germany. And this is exactly what we need, but it's a different type of a change which we are envisaging now. The Ukraine conflict, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, indeed added some new aspects, but I believe in many aspects the conflict in Ukraine and the humanitarian requirements are a special situation. A special situation, for example, because differently than in most of other humanitarian crises in the world, we do have a capable government. And when you quote Martin Griffiths, when you talk to him, when you talk to Ukrainians, you will see that other than in many other areas of the world, humanitarians are coming with white elbows, and the government is not acting. There is no basic social services, and that's why we have to step in. No, in Ukraine, the government is also claiming to provide these services itself and to coordinate humanitarian help. This is a singular situation. We are actually dreaming of having a similar situation in other countries as well. Is that also reality on the ground? Yes. Fairly so. I'm very impressed, deeply impressed of the capability of Ukrainian authorities, also at the level of provinces, etc. And secondly, in Ukraine, we also have a capable civil society. We spoke about localization. It's true, when you look at the financial flows of the European Union or of the Americans towards Ukraine, that in the face of the urgent needs of action, mainly money flows to traditional partners, and more than in other crisis areas of the world, the money goes to the system of the United Nations. Let me give you a little example. Presently, we are not only working in classic areas of humanitarian help. That means, for instance, the refugee allocation or accommodation, etc. But a very important subject is also restructuring of schools. Who's able to do that? We've got contracts which we awarded to UNP Ops and UNVP. That's a lot of money. No non-governmental organization would be capable to rebuild dozens of schools. So you have much more money available in Ukraine via the UN system. But if you look at how UNICEF or UNHCR is working, they are working very closely together with local Ukrainian non-governmental organizations. And that is so that we can't contract them directly, but they are involved in humanitarian world to a great deal. The European Union in Ukraine has built up 3 logistics centers in Tbilisi, in Kharkiv, and in Dnipro, and they are exclusively used to provide humanitarian material to NGOs and the Red Cross in Ukraine. And so a lot is happening there, and you can really build on that. Another aspect regarding financing, if I may, it's true that Ukraine currently is consuming a lot of humanitarian aid. We hear that 15% of the German budget. In the European context, it's perhaps even 20%, but you have to add 2 things. One thing is that in the European area, I can assure you that it's exclusively additional funding. There is nothing which had to be reprogrammed. We did not withdraw any humanitarian aid from any other crisis area. Even the opposite is the case. We have record financing in other places in Africa by the European Commission. The second thing is that when you think of the percentage, and you mentioned the numbers just recently, which humanitarian needs are funded by as compared with other areas of the world, it is true that, of course, Ukraine, as Ms. Berman has said, for certain reasons, among others, because the major donors of the world are based in Northwestern Europe or in the United States, of course, feel a lot of sympathy for Ukraine. And we should not forget, however, that the Ukrainian crisis is in its first year, while in Syria or Afghanistan, we have been working for 2 or 3 decades. My fear is not to say whether the current needs of Ukraine can be refinanced properly. My fear is rather if the conflict extends over a longer period of time, and we all know if fighting stops tomorrow, there will be more years to come for humanitarian aid just because of the large number of refugees. The question is whether in the medium term we can also make sure this funding. And in the Syrian crisis, that appeared to be a major problem. It was not so difficult in 2014 or 13 to get the money, but funding was more difficult over the longer period. And I see a similar problem in Ukraine. Well, many observers are afraid that maybe there is too much focus on Ukraine right now, and in times of escalating needs in other areas, they might be forgotten. Your argument is that those funding comes on top.
Maybe starting with the funding side again, so maybe to conclude on that one. As a representative of one of the leading networks for Global South NGOs, how would you judge on, let's say, the Western European donors, how they balance between the needs in Europe, in the Ukraine refugee response, and if you look at other crises in all the countries you represent?
Thank you. Maybe I should step back and say NEAR is a Global South network of civil society organizations. We work in 32 countries, or we have members in 32 countries in the Global South, and we have relationships within 49. Ukraine is not one of them. And so we don't have a membership from Ukraine. But to also say that, that we continuously have been spoken to or reached out to because the humanitarian system was hoping that the commitments that were made at the Grand Bargain, we could use the example of Ukraine as a positive one. And constantly we hear from Ukrainian civil society that that hasn't happened, that actually the percentages are lower than what they used to be, that the opportunity that the international community, I believe, had wasn't one that was that was what's the word, that was utilized, I guess. But speaking about, you know, the difference between the Ukrainian response and other responses, I think that there is an issue. What DG Kohler said, Dr. Kohler said about former disasters, that is true. But then there's a question about a place like Pakistan, where 1/3 of the country was flooded and $400 million was pledged, versus Ukraine, where I believe it's 4.2 billion. It's also the question of that. It's new crises happening, crises in Horn of Africa with the oncoming famine and lower numbers than what was pledged in 2011. And so the question is with the issues getting larger and larger and the crises getting larger and larger, not taking into account former crises, the amount of percentage that's being pledged to these countries. I think that's where the frustration comes from. And it also comes from this idea of, yes, scalability when it comes to the UN has been a conversation. From our members, it's really a question. It's a question where commitments around quality funding, multiple year funding, flexible funding is agreed upon at the global discourse, but it never happens at the country level. I'm now here in Nairobi at our 3rd regional meeting. I've already spoken to hundreds of our members over the last couple of weeks, and a majority of them say we still do not get overheads. We still are on 3 to 6 month contracts when it comes to response. So it's making sure that the commitments that are made at the global level are trickled down to the national level, and that the commitments we're constantly making at the Grand Bargain and other spaces are being held to account at the national level.
Many thanks, Hibak. Maybe we try to conclude on this point on quality and quantity of funding, and surely something to touch again with you, Michael. Und vielleicht können wir einmal kurz die Grafik zeigen.
Maybe show the chart regarding the funding of the European Commission for the Ukraine part. We see 26.9% according to OCHA FTS for Ukraine, and the earmarked part is the 2nd largest response in Turkey for Syrians. Now, there is one point which should be mentioned. It is additional funding, and one could imagine ideally, when we speak about flexible funding, the additional money should also be distributed according to the humanitarian principle of being needs-based. And of course, there are some dynamics, and also in the German parliament, there is more money provided for crises which are more to the heart of the parliamentarians. Are there conflicts indeed, or what is your take on that? So first of all, these percentages are not correct. I mean, this year, for example, humanitarian aid was about 2.7 billion euros, and Ukraine got 500 million. So it can't be this percentage mentioned here. So it's well, the numbers, of course, are not up to date. You took the numbers of the 22nd of November, and mainly they will be based on the reports finished by summer this year. And of course, there is a certain backlog. I'm not speaking about any manipulation, but there is certainly a focus on Ukraine, but there is also a focus on Ukraine with the additional funding which we would not have had otherwise. And it's also true what Hibak has said, that for other crises, there was not provided that much money, but there is also a lot of money. For instance, Pakistan. In Pakistan, normally we've got a program of 5 to 10 million euro. This is mainly the use for preventing disasters. Now on top, we put 30 million as a response to these recent crises. The flooding in Pakistan is, of course, dramatically underfinanced. That is true, but at least with the 30 million, the European Union is one of the major donors. And this is certainly not the end of the story. Tragically, this flooding happened at a time when the money of this budgetary year had already been spent. Of course, we can use some reserves, but it's very difficult to put on the table 300 million on top. And other tragedy is that development aid is retreating from some other fragile area. It's not only Pakistan, but also other areas. But how is this funding programmed? I can't say that Ms. Baumann is doing this at the, how she is doing it, but I can tell you how the European Union works in that respect. There are two things. First of all, we start the year with a certain budget. For 2023, we have just provided about 1.7 billion. That was the money which we can spend, and now we start programming this money according to the following criteria. First, we've got a method, it's called FIT, which really analyzes by the needs of all humanitarian crises of the world, and then decides the European portion in this aid to the crises. But it's not simply like that. We do not just take the printout of the computers and transfer it one-on-one on the allocation of the means. There are other criteria, however. And one example is the criteria of political balancing. We all know, you mentioned just Turkey, that since 2016 there is an agreement between the European Union and Turkey regarding the funding of Syrian but also Iraqi refugees in Turkey. And altogether we spent 7 to 8 billion euros on that, and 43% are used as humanitarian aids, and this program is now running out. So this is rather political funding. There are other political amounts. Just remember last summer when the Taliban were conquering Kabul. The European Council met, the G7 met, and it happened what often happens in those crises. They said, we've got a double answer, a double response, just very quickly to respond to this new problem. First, we have sanctions to the bad ones and humanitarian aid to the good ones. That was a humanitarian act. And at the same time, to be honest, we have to admit that possibly due to this conquering of Kabul by the Taliban, major refugee movements were started and triggered. Some people did not believe it, and in fact, it did not happen like that. But certainly, across the humanitarian circle, across the Umidnuripurs of this world, it also opened the bag on the pockets of some other budget or treasurers in the world. And then, of course, we thought, what are the additional reserves we can mobilize? We start always the budget of the year with an amount of 100. Next year, it's going to be 1.7 billion. But I can promise that at the end of the year 2023, probably at least there will be another billion, 2.7, 2.8 billion more or less, which we will spend. And then, of course, there is rivaling with the US, who's going to be the biggest donor. And this additional funding comes from the reserves of the German budget provided by the lawmakers, by the European Parliament. If there are new humanitarian needs based on conflicts or disasters, as happened with Ukraine, or when other budgetary lines are not spent sufficiently, and then the humanitarian budget can be filled up. I expect within 1 week that I will get an email from our treasurer telling me that we found another 20 million. Can you spend them? So I also would like to have this mail. So it's not about programming the budget, it's also about the political will on top to mobilize additional reserves. And the same goes for the United States, it goes for Germany, for many donors, that is the case. Thank you for this insight to the political interests versus humanitarian principles. This is an ongoing complicated, an ongoing conflict in all these conflicts. Now in English.
Humanitarian action is a key issue for NEAR. Europeans not necessarily are front runners in this regard, all of them struggling a bit with not all of them, that's not true. A couple of the Scandinavians, for example, doing in a different way. But structurally, it's a big challenge for Germany as well to deal with smaller partners, not to give the big chunk to the big organizations. While you, I think, have a couple of ideas how this could be done differently, even in a setup which won't lead to having 1 million partnerships with 1 million partners. Would you like to share some ideas? What could be done better on the European side in this regard?
Sure. I mean, I think we had started from the beginning of the grand bargain talking about pooled funds. I think it's the recognition of the fact that community funds, local funds, activist funds that support these smaller organizations exist. So it's investing in the structure of these types of funds, which ECHO has done, which Germany has done, but to a larger percentage to meet the 25%. NEAR specifically, since our inception, we've had a two-pronged approach. The first one is, because of the needs of our members, we've created a global fund, a global humanitarian fund that only goes to local actors. And that has allowed us to give funding through a pre-approval process within 7 days of declaring a crisis. And those crises are actually declared by their peers. That's from a global perspective. From a national perspective, we've worked with community foundations to start to discuss how you can pipeline humanitarian funding in already existing structures. And we've supported where they don't exist in places like Somalia, the establishment of a national fund. I think talking about the financing as a whole and the needs getting greater, I think we need to recognize that there should be a diversity of donors. It's not just bilaterals. There are diaspora resources, there are local resources, there are private sector resources. Now there's conversation about climate change and climate crisis resources. So it's taking into account that I think we're not capturing the full picture, and there's an opportunity with localized funds to be able to capture those different resources and be able to think through it differently. And it's something that our members being able to respond nearly immediately in places like Somalia, before we talked about a famine back in March, there should be an opportunity for us to continue to resource them so we don't get to this point of where we're about at the brink of a famine. So it's about diversifying and thinking through how do we diversify, taking into account the barriers that the institutional donors have, whether it's staff, whether it's legislation, whether it's different systematic issues, being able to think through that collectively. And that's what we're doing with USAID. USAID is now terming it doing aid better with the administrator, but it's starting to say, speak to us directly, not through an intermediary, and we'll help you think through solutions that are fit for the actual community.
And Hubert, to follow up on that one, I mean, on the policy side, there are very concrete ideas on the table for quite some time. For example, in the grand bargain, that donors, even if they don't want to deal or can deal for administrative terms with many local partners, they could provide incentives. For example, that intermediaries need to work in partnership and are prioritized if they do. They could be more or less forced to forward flexible funding if it's received from donors, so they provide it to locals as well. How would you judge, for example, in the Grand Bargain Forum on key players like the European Commission and Germany in moving these structural reforms if it's not doable in a different way?
I think Germany actually is a really good example. In 2021, in the conversation in the Grand Bargain, what we heard was they were going to start to change their systems to require overhead to be shifted. Whereas many other donors, it's suggested. I think that change in language and policy is a huge change that will allow for what we talk about capacity strengthening. It would allow for institutions, smaller institutions, to adhere to some of the legislation or some of the due diligence processes that exist within the different organizations. And the same thing for multi-year funding, the same thing for quality funding, the same thing for 25%. It's being really intentional in the language and even in the mechanisms in which, for instance, ECHO, your HIP, making sure that the language that's included in these partnership relationships are a little more, I should say, forceful, because right now, as local actors, we're now dealing with multiple layers. We're dealing with INGOs as donors. We're dealing with UN as donors. We're dealing with donors directly with limited resources. And so it's really putting it to the donors to be able to say, the more forceful your language, the easier we can start talking about actual efficiency and effectiveness.
Many thanks, Hubert. Before we give the floor one final time to Michael, please be encouraged to share your questions and points in the chat, either public, or you can share it directly to my colleague Darina Pilowska, and send the message to her. She will share everything in the chat in a second with us. here on site, and of course, after that, the audience here on site will get the floor. There is a mic here next to me where you can already line up if you wish. Michael Köhler.
Michael Köhler, in this structural policy questions in the Great Bargain, could Europeans do clearly more in order to streamline or change the structures and the processes? I think it's a very important subject discussed in Brussels right now, isn't it?
Yes, please.
There's more of a dialogue with Ibak, and many thanks Ibak for your comments, and I can subscribe to I think 99% of what you just said. We have to distinguish here between a couple of Grand Bargain deliveries: localization, multi-annual financing, quality financing, and flexible financing, among others. There are others. On all these issues, Europe can do better, but Europe has decided actually to drive this agenda quite aggressively. We have done so at our first European Humanitarian Forum in March this year. We are going to put these things very prominently on the agenda at the next forum, by the way, to which you are all, and also you, Ralf, of course, invited, starting on the 20th of March in Brussels, 20th of March next year. But apart from that, of course, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, as we all know. So we have to do it practically. What does this mean? In our program, IFU 2023, we are driving ahead, so to say, quite aggressively with a couple of forms of local funding. On the one hand, we have taken a formal commitment to fund more country-based pool funds, in as much as they contribute to localization, but also in order to strengthen the coordination role of OCHA humanitarian coordinators, which for us is very, very important. I have to say that there's a number of country-based pool funds that have no localization strategy. In such cases, we will not fund them. But where this is the case, for example, in Ukraine, South Sudan, but also many other countries, we are going to increase our funding there. We're also working more actually through the International Federation of the Red Cross, because it has national societies in every single country. And this also is a contribution to localization. And we have specific structures, such as, for example, the LIFT program. Have you ever heard about that? LIFT program is a program that we have in Turkey, that is handled by GIZ, German organization, and GIZ works there only as an administrative umbrella to distribute European funding to Turkish NGOs that work with Syrian and other refugees on Turkish soil. So we want to have more of these specific forms, which will allow us to make local organizations benefit directly. But I would like to insist very much that, of course, localization is much more than only direct funding. It's also a real partnership, dialogue on programming, a dialogue on sector issues, which has to happen in the Caucasus, which has to happen also in direct contact, and I encourage my offices in the field very much to do that. Flexible funding. This means, on the one hand, multi-annual. We have taken a commitment to increase our, how should I say, percentage of multi-annual projects by 30% from this year to the next. And actually, we find that de facto, we are much more multi-annual than we think, except that the multi-annuality was not planned at the beginning. We have maybe a 12-month program, and then there's a top-up, there's an extension, there's a second phase, and so forth, and all of a sudden, we are in the third year. Had we decided at the beginning, we would have saved a lot of cost for implementing partners, for example, when it comes to hiring staff, when it comes to infrastructure, and so forth. So as we operate, and the same thing is true for other major donors, I think in 80% of our cases in protracted crisis that unfortunately will not go away from the one year to the other, we want to go for more multi-annual programs. Okay. The third thing is flexible funding. And there I would like to hint to a problem. We have all learned lots of hard lessons during the COVID crisis. Hopefully it's over. And I will share one anecdote with you. When COVID became an international issue around February 2020, and we urgently needed to mobilize funding, my commissioner, upon our proposal, agreed with the first unearmarked flexible tranche of 30 million euros that we contracted WHO with. So Mike Ryan at WHO got 30 million with the only condition, spend it on COVID and spend it in Asia and Latin America. Fine, we had a very good conscience. We said, we did something very fast. It was unearmarked, you know, flexible WHO can really operate. And they were extremely grateful. Problem was only that, 2 or 3 weeks later, in many countries, in many partner countries, COVID became a real issue. And the governments got nervous about it. And then they called Brussels and said, hey, can you help us? We are partners. And this happened time and again and again and again. One African and one Latin American government after the other called us. And the answer that we had is, listen, we gave our money to WHO, ask them. We don't know what they're doing with the money. I ask Mike Ryan or ask Dr. Tedros. You understand easily. And by the way, Mrs. Baumann will tell you similar stories about the German experience. If you give flexible funding to a major implementing partner, and the flexibility is only on the side of the donor, but not on the side of the implementing partner, and the donor doesn't understand, doesn't learn, doesn't have information after a month what has happened with this money, which countries have benefited, which NGOs were financed, which operations were conducted, then there is an accountability problem. And people like Mrs. Baumann and I have a hard time then going back to our parliaments and providing this accountability. So I had to sit down with Mike Ryan and agree with him a special reporting system where we would discuss together on the use of these funds and discuss, so to say, about ways and means to have real-time reporting on what WHO was doing with that. What I've seen is that by and large, the major donors have become more skeptical about flexible funding due to their COVID experience. Because being flexible as a technocratic approach is nice, but if you then have accountability problems, you get under political pressure and you find it more difficult than in the past to mobilize additional funds, because for that, you need to have parliaments, for that, you need to have public opinion. So we need to revamp the grand bargain for another time, I'm afraid.
I'm sure Hibak will have a comment on that one in a minute, but if you allow me to give the floor to the audience, it might be about accountability in the first place with the big organizations. But Darina, you have observed the chat and you indicated there's quite something happening. So please share comments or questions with us.
Yes, basically I have 2 interesting questions. One is more on a policy side and one is very practical. So let me start with the policy one, which is a little bit more tricky. Chiara Janke from GISF is acknowledging that the term Zeitenwende is of course mainly a security term, but she emphasizes, and I quote, looking at the humanitarian context in particular, more and more local organizations are criticizing the concept of neutral humanitarian aid and are demanding that there should be more room for concepts of solidarity and resistance in the delivery of humanitarian assistance, unquote. So beyond this background, she's asking, what could this mean for delivering humanitarian assistance in the context of Zeitenwende? But also shifting the power to local responders. So that's a very tricky one. And to give you a little bit more time to reflect on that, I will continue with the more practical one from Barbara Dus. She's asking a concrete questions. Can you give us already a glimpse on how much funds will be allocated to refugees on the Polish-Belarusian border? So how much funds for the refugees on the Polish-Belarusian border, and the question about solidarity, more solidarity in Ukraine.
And the latter question is on Brussels funding, EC funding, is that correct? Or?
She did indicate, but as Michael Köhler is here, maybe we can start with that.
We give you time for that one. Hibak, maybe starting with the one, is Ukraine crisis, for good reasons, a kickoff of another maybe Eurocentric debate, I don't know, on humanitarian principles? Do we need to redebate neutrality versus solidarity as a humanitarian principle, or is this misled because we focus too much on this one crisis?
So it's actually interesting. Over the last month and a half, I've had many conversations around the humanitarian principles. And a lot of our members have said, we abide by humanitarian principles, but it needs to be expanded. It needs to be expanded, and solidarity came up probably 75% of the time. The idea that there needs to be more human rights-based kind of support the idea that neutrality, especially over, I think, the last several years, we have to be fair in saying that the idea of neutrality is not just for local and national organizations. Because as we talk through localization, a lot of international community organizations have increased their staff of local staff. And the question comes in, does neutrality not exist with local staffs in international organizations? Is it just a signing of a paper? It's a little bit more complex than that. So it's going back to the principles in how the sector is shaped today and having real conversations around the 4 humanitarian principles and possibly talking about additional aspects that we need to consider with globalization, with so many different aspects that are influencing the way that we move around the world, the way that we work, COVID, lessons from COVID, about insular response versus external response. There's so many more dynamic conversations that I think that can happen around the humanitarian principles.
But just to clarify here, would it be an expansion of humanitarian principles by solidarity, or isn't there a tension? You can't have both in all crises, can you? Neutrality and solidarity.
No, but the solidarity, I think, should happen amongst and that's the question. The question is solidarity amongst who? Solidarity amongst the humanitarian actors. I think that's where they were coming from. They were coming from the perspective of the UN, international NGOs, the Red Crescent societies, the local humanitarian actors, because ultimately we represent organizations. How do you ensure that there's solidarity amongst all? And that when it comes to neutrality, when it comes to crises, of course, we're responding to the first community at need, not based on tribe or based off of the different groups of a crisis. So it's taking into account one aspect for the multi-stakeholders within the system and how we're working with the affected communities.
Michael, how would you comment on the renewed debate about humanitarian principles? Is there a good reason for reconsider them, or is it just a zeitgeist debate?
I would advise it would be more important to discuss about the relationship between humanitarian aid and conflict sensitivity and do no harm. I think we all brandish these principles, but in reality, what we see, for example, in many parts of the African continent, is that humanitarian aid has very limited access and has access only, for example, where you have government troops. So automatically it is seen by some as taking sides, although it doesn't. And that is a huge problem. That is a huge problem for the credibility. It's actually even a security problem for humanitarian aid workers. And you know that every single day, for example, Western Africa, to sign another letter of condolence yesterday, humanitarian workers are being killed. This morning, while on the way here to this conference, I had a correspondence with our diplomats in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There's a problem there. In the east of Congo, you have the offensive of the M23 movement right now. M23, again, under Congolese law, is under anti-terrorist legislation. So if humanitarians provide aid to people under de facto rule of M23, they might be liable to legal prosecution under Congolese law as supporting terrorists. This is unacceptable. This is totally unacceptable for us. The question is, can we speak to the authorities, to the president, but also to local district governors to convince them that no, humanitarian aid is something different. This should not be liable. So I can give you many, many examples, but also in Ukraine, up to 24 February, the European Union operated in Ukraine since 2014, but only in Lugansk and in Donetsk oblasts. And for us, it is very important that these projects also stay alive right now. They are awfully difficult. Many implementing partners can hardly operate in those areas that are now annexed to Russia, which we don't recognize, obviously. But it is a matter of principle for us that we continue operating there, because our only criterion has to be that people are in need. This is a matter of credibility. I don't think we need to act the principle of solidarity, because for me, the principle of humanity enshrines solidarity. I don't see any kind of tension there. It's part of it. You cannot show humanity if you don't show solidarity. If the word Zeitenwende has one sense in the humanitarian context for me, It has to do with the fact that due to the conflict in Ukraine, civil societies in Poland, in Slovakia, and the Czech Republic, in other Central and Eastern European countries now are starting to get active in humanitarian aid. I was at the Umbrella Forum in Bratislava, for example, in May. For the first time, NGOs from Slovakia, from the Czech Republic, Austria, and Poland come together and discuss humanitarian aid. And I think we need to kind of nurture this Zeitenwende to make sure that these civil societies and also the governance behind them that make money available do not only fund humanitarian operations in Ukraine and Moldova, but once hopefully this conflict is settled, they continue to be humanitarian players also in other parts of the world.
Maybe quickly touching on the second question, and yes, please get ready. You can even walk to the mic if you wish, and then you are the first ones. So, and you don't need to raise your hand, but please free to either way. The question on funding refugees at the Polish-Belarus border, if I got it right, of course, is going beyond, well, how much money is on the plate. It's, of course, about priorities of access for migrants to Europe. The European Union has been very flexible regarding Ukraine funds, or maybe even a role model how to handle migration issues in the European Union. Having said that, it's a privilege for Ukrainians. We see no change in the Mediterranean Sea and not sea rescue. We don't see a change, for example, at the border, Poland, Belarus, in terms of access and financial support, which was the question. So maybe you would be happy to touch on both questions. Do we have the right balance there in the European Union?
Maybe I think it was Mrs. Dus who asked this question, could be a little bit more precise in her question. Do we speak about the migrants crisis that we had last year at the border between Belarus and Poland, or do we speak about the possibility that as a consequence of the Ukraine crisis, more people could go through Belarus in the direction of the European Union? When Mr. Lukashenko let in Kurdish, northern Iraqi migrants, not refugees, into Belarus to put pressure on Poland and Lithuania, actually we mobilized European humanitarian aid to help these people. So I think we were probably among the first ones working with 1 or 2 international organizations, in particular also the Red Cross, to provide assistance to these people who were blocked on the Belarusian side of the border. And if the same thing happened again, we would do the same thing again, obviously. If we are speaking about the potential scenario that, for example, due to the Russian attacks against the Ukrainian energy and other infrastructure, we would have a massive movement of refugees to Poland, maybe via Belarus, which I don't believe, because people would not go via Belarusian territory if they can join Poland directly. But if that happened, obviously these people, I understand, would qualify for temporary protection in Poland and in the European Union, so they would be let in. They would not stay in Belarus. But if there was a need in Belarus, obviously, as the only criterion for us are needs, we would mobilize funding and we would help, as we helped last year with the Iraqis. Mm-hmm.
I guess it's also meant to be the political question if we allow access to refugees who are not non-Ukrainians but came the same direction and do now in the Balkan route as well. Please, your question, and maybe you are happy to introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Yulia Sporish. I'm founder of NGO Girls from Ukraine, and I'm representative of CSO from Ukraine. My question is about neutrality, because right now in Europe, we have a lot of refugees from Ukraine. And recently, Europe has accepted some refugees from Russia, and they host them in the same refugee centers. So there is a lot of conflicts between Ukrainian women and Russian women, or even between Ukrainian women and Russian men who is hosted in the same centers. What do you think about this neutrality? Because it's caused new conflicts in countries, in European countries, between two refugees.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And maybe Matthias Amling, I had seen who wanted. There you are. You moved, didn't you? Please. Yes, please. Follow up.
Thank you. Matthias Amling from WHH, Welthungerhilfe. Just one question, getting back a bit to the beginning of what Ms. Baumann talked about. I think we are getting, not in every case, in every situation, but getting much better in some situations to really predict what will happen and what humanitarian needs we are facing. So there is for example, the whole UN Secretary General's initiative for early warning for all. So we are really trying to increase this capability. Now, the G7, as Ms. Baumann mentioned, had a commitment that they made to collectively strengthen anticipatory action, and they particularly commit to strive to significantly increase their financial support to anticipatory action programming. Germany, for example, the Federal Foreign Office for next year announced to use 5% of their budget to do that. That's 135 million by now. My question would be for the European Union, what are the plans to live up to that commitment? What are you planning to do in 2023? And also, that's connected a bit to the other discussion. Will that be accessible also for non-governmental organizations, particularly on the national or local level? Thank you.
Many thanks, Matthias. Please, another one, and then we take it back, maybe.
I didn't intend to break a glass. Thank you so much for this wonderful, very engaging discussion. And thank you so much, Mr. Kohler, for having mentioned the M23 situation, which I think comes to the point which I have humanitarian diplomacy. Where is the place of diplomacy? Humanitarian diplomacy in these times which are rapidly changing. And in particular, may I just bring the attention of what's happening in Ukraine, where we now are seeing, WHO has mentioned this, there's going to be a health crisis that is of proportions not seen in the last 60 years. I think there's still more place for humanitarian diplomacy in this matter, especially for the EU, the technocrats, pushing even the very difficult situation that we're having. That's all.
Yes, please.
Thanks. So cognizant of the fact that tomorrow climate change will be on the agenda as well, I still wanted to take the opportunity.
Do you mind introducing yourself?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know who you are, but
Yeah, Sarah Meschmoser from Doctors Without Borders. Thank you. So I was wondering whether from the EU perspective, but also from the civil society actor, Mrs. Baumann sounded a bit to me as if just using the available money a bit more efficiently might be the response to the upcoming and also predictable and foreseeable like humanitarian needs, which are way beyond whatever everybody could imagine. So last week at COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, there was a so-called breakthrough regarding loss and damage. But at the same time, one gets the feeling a bit as if humanitarians need to be a bit more anticipatory and a bit more resilience building, and this might quite be the fix already. So I would be eager to hear your DG ECHO perspective on that angle and what would be needed in terms to really be prepared.
thank you. Maybe Hibak, you would like to start. Have been a couple of questions. Choose which one you like. Anticipatory action, surely an important one and a big trend. Maybe something you would like to comment on. Humanitarian diplomacy has been raised as a key issue. Do we have a lack there? And this is something which urgently needs to be stepped up. And on the funding side, is it a key issue to be more efficient, more resilient, etc.? And to which extent could this fix the job?
I thought I was off the hook because all of those questions went to DG Kohler.
That's why I gave you the floor.
Help me, please.
No, just to say, I think if I go a little bit backwards, that the conversation that constantly happens within our membership and with national and local civil society organizations in the Global South is that we need to start considering other resources, and we need to start considering the fact that they already work on a humanitarian development peace building nexus, but that climate change and climate crisis and the funding that has come in from the conversations through loss and damage, we really need to think through what that means in general resources. The number one affected communities from climate change are Global South countries. And so how do we think through beyond governments with civil society and I'm going to say this, but I probably shouldn't, but beyond the UN system, why does the loss and damage fund need to go through the UN system? So I think that there are a lot of conversations right now that are happening with a lot of our members saying we need to be more proactive, not only in the humanitarian discourse, but in the development discourse, in the climate change discourse, and to be able to ensure that it's not just about the 25%, but it's ensuring that this additional stakeholder, which is growing, has a very clear voice. Humanitarian diplomacy. Sorry, the question, when it was going to Dr. Kohler, I actually didn't hear the details of the question, but maybe you could repeat the question, sorry.
I got the question in the way that if we need to step up urgently humanitarian diplomacy, for example, with respect to Ukraine crisis, but also beyond, and if we have a gap there, if that's right. Yeah, he's nodding. I don't know if you wish to comment, otherwise, of course, happy to forward it to Michael.
I mean, in general, I think when it comes to humanitarian diplomacy in places within the global south, especially where there's protracted crises, it's local organizations who get hit the worst. And so I think that they need to be included in those conversations, because when we talk about governments or failed governments and failed states, it's the civil society who steps up, and they're usually not a part of that discourse. And so the way we've seen it historically is humanitarian diplomacy covers the international actors, but doesn't always consider the local actors in that portion. And if we're going to be more inclusive, we need to be a part of the conversation.
Many thanks, Hibak. Michael, would you like to comment on all four of them? We haven't forgotten about the one about neutrality, which might be an interesting one also. Going beyond the issue of Ukrainian and Russian refugees, we might also see humanitarian needs targeting Russians or areas occupied by Russia, which might be an interesting balance then in terms of neutrality.
Yeah, and you will have to help me by throwing the catchwords at me from time to time, just to refresh my memory. But to start perhaps on anticipatory action and foresight. These are big catchwords that I think are, let's say, brandished more and more often in the humanitarian sector, and more money goes into this, and I think right so. In the European system, we have a specific budget line for disaster prevention, which takes about 5% of our budget. There is nothing else than actually anticipatory action. But even beyond the specific budget line, we are increasingly dedicating money to anticipatory action. Of course, if you know that you have protracted conflicts, and if you know that you have certain effects on climate change, for example, droughts, but also floods, and you know that they will occur in the same region almost every year. For example, in Sudan, now every year you have massive floods. You have also situations in Mozambique of the like and so forth. Then you can invest more into anticipatory action. The problem is only that on the one hand, every euro you spend there, although you know it's a good investment that saves you humanitarian money later on, is a euro that you have to take away from the immediate response. So you always have to struggle with yourself. Do I take this money? Do I take this €1, for example, to help people who are suffering from the floods in Pakistan? Or do I use it for anticipatory action to just prevent that the next disaster will hit as badly as now? And that there we come back to the overall question of financing of the humanitarian sector and the very small donor base that we have, unfortunately, an issue which I think we have to discuss much, much more. Not only in the big donor nations such as Germany and so forth, but especially there where we think others should do more. And it starts basically in some of the European member states. Foresight, I believe, foresight is a very fashionable word these days, not only in the humanitarian sector, but also generally. I believe in it, but I don't. Because there are so many things that you can foresee, but there are also so many things, probably more, you cannot foresee. So I think to have more foresight and therefore anticipatory action is a very, very good thing. But at the same time, you even more need to work on the flexibility of your response capacity, because there are so many things that you can simply not prepare for. And let's not have any kind of illusion. In order to build local resilience, in order to implement anticipatory action, in order to build resilience, you need to have a decent level of governance. If that doesn't exist, you waste your money. And unfortunately, in many crises in the world, you have no governance. Go to Northwest Nigeria, where's the governance there? Or even in Northeast Nigeria, for example. Yeah. So you need to have structures that you can nurture, that you can invest in. Sometimes civil society structures, not necessarily government structures, but you need to have structures. In South Sudan, for example, this is awfully difficult. Yeah. So you have to look at the local context. By the way, one word, and I was inspired by what Hibak said about localization. I'm very much in favor of localization, but I have to admit, we have to look again at the local context. There may be situations where local actors are simply too much part of a conflict or seen as being part of a conflict, and then international actors are the only response. We have also seen situations, like in South Sudan last year, for example, where in certain parts of the country, NGOs couldn't operate because the population in that part said, well, you have national stuff. They belong to another ethnic group that we don't want to see in our part of the country. So replace them by our ethnic people. And that, of course, was not acceptable. So, you know, how local is local enough? So we have to push for the local agenda, but we have to do it intelligently, looking at the conditions on the ground. Now, give me another catchword.
Two minor topics: humanitarian diplomacy, European actors not really stepping up in the way they could.
Humanitarian diplomacy becomes ever more important, but it has two dimensions. One is to, how should I say, push for better respect for international humanitarian law. The big problem there is the impunity. We have years and years and years, and not only one culprit, of, for example, attacks against medical personnel and major conflicts by regular armies of countries that are represented in the United Nations Security Council, and no penalties, nobody who would be brought to The Hague, to the International Court of Justice. And many countries have not ratified the statutes of the International Criminal Court for just that reason. So we have this general problem. We have to push for better respect for international humanitarian law. And, you know, at the last ECOWAS discussions in New York in June, I was part of a panel discussion, and I tried to tell people, well, we call it international humanitarian law. We don't call it international humanitarian nice to have. It's law. It's binding. It is binding for all the countries that are members of the United Nations. And therefore, we need to implement it. But then there is the concrete situation. This was the general level. Then there's the local level, where we have to push for better access for aid workers, for protection of aid workers, for the fact that all people need to be supplied humanitarian aid, where we need to convince the military, where we need to convince the local governor, for example. And that is being done at a very, very large extent, but still probably not enough. My commissioner is very much engaged in this. I will not go into detail because there's a certain level of confidentiality. There's a lot going on, but we need to have more allies. For me, for example, it is very interesting to speak with Qatar, as we are in the World Championship right now, about how we can influence the Taliban. We need to have allies. If only Swedish, German, EU, and American people are, let's say, doing humanitarian diplomacy, in certain quarters of the world, this is not very credible. We need to have local response. And therefore, for example, one of the important actors for me in future will be the African Union and also ASEAN. They can speak in a language that I cannot speak to conflict parties in their region.
A final point on climate. Climate might be a game changer in overstretching the humanitarian system in terms of funding, for a start, was part of the question. Is it an illusion that by more efficiency, more resilience, etc., we can deal with that problem, and we need really to face a totally different dimension of humanitarian needs in the future?
Absolutely. I mean, just look at the figures over the past years. Today, the 2022 Global Humanitarian Overview had figures of victims, but figures of financial needs that were 60% higher than 2019 and 100% higher than 10 years ago. And when in a couple of days, Martin Griffiths is going to release in Geneva, Riyadh, and Addis Ababa, the Global Humanitarian Overview for next year, mind you, the figures will again be higher. And this is before climate change kicks in at a very large scale. I have no illusion in 10, 20 years, the needs will go absolutely through the roof. And that means we need to be more effective, more efficient, for sure, but there also needs to be a lot more money. Now, how to get more money? On the one hand, more donors. I mean, mind you, how is it possible that the United States, Germany, and the EU together represent 66% of worldwide humanitarian ODA? Where is China? Where is France? Where is Brazil, for example? It's not on. We have to enlarge the donor bases. And it's not only the Gulf countries that Mrs. Baumann mentioned, but rightly so. Secondly, we need to bring other money into the sector. I'm working a lot on innovative financing schemes where we levy private sector money. It's not a panacea, but it's additional money. And the third thing is, and that is something Martin Griffiths says very much, we need to establish a new nexus between climate and humanitarian policies. And a part of climate adaptation will be done by humanitarians. And therefore, a part of additional climate money, in my view, should be spent also through the humanitarian sector.
That sounds almost like an optimistic outlook. Many thanks for that after the difficult debate. Hibak, do you have as a final word anything optimistic to share with us? But please feel free to say whatever you like. We have to conclude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And I think the breadth of questions kind of show how much debate we're having within humanitarian reform today. And I agree with what Dr. Kohler said. I think we do need to think about this, this bridge between climate resources and humanitarian resources. But I should say, in my trips over the last couple of weeks in meeting with local actors, though I heard a lot of operational challenges, I heard hope. I heard re-engaged hope about the relationships that we can build going into the future, and patience really in understanding that this is not something will change over one day, but recognition that this is a long-term approach. And so I think that recognition is something that we should all hold when considering humanitarian reform.
Many thanks, Hibak. Many thanks to Nairobi. Many thanks for joining us from Nairobi. I know you have very busy days over there. Many thanks for coming, Michael, all the way from Brussels. Many thanks to Omid Noripur for a new world record on the fastest panel participation ever, I guess. And many thanks to the Foreign Office for bringing State Secretary Baumann to us. Please give a hand to the panel, and then we have coffee for half an hour.
viel in Deutschland, aber und habe mir dann immer so ein bisschen die Zentrale von außen angeguckt und war immer ein bisschen froh.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen.
Hello, welcome back to this panel. Do we need a humanitarian Zeitenwende? I'm Sonja Höfelmann. I'm working as a scientific assistant for the Center for Humanitarian Action. And I would like to ask everyone to sit down, to take your seats, so that we can start on time and so that our online guests don't have to sit so long in front of this empty screen. Welcome, first of all, our guests, Simone Schnabel, Sarah Bresson, and Christian Katzer, who will come to the stage in a minute and will accompany us during this panel. But I also would like to welcome all our guests in this room and online. Before we start, let me give you some technical ideas which were not mentioned at the beginning due to this time constraints with State Secretary Baumann and the Deputy Nuripur. In this building, you're obliged to wear a mask. In this room, you don't have to, but you may. But we would kindly ask you, when you leave the room, on your way to the bathrooms, please wear a mask. Toilets are in the ground floor, if you haven't discovered them yet, and there is also a winter garden. Or if you have to write an email, or if you have to do other business, you have the opportunity to sit down there.
Because for our online guests, this panel will be in German, but English translation is provided. To activate it, please use the world icon in your Zoom utilities bar. With the English version, we also have live captioning. To activate it, please check with the chat. They will provide further information. Please also be mindful of the housekeeping rules for our online guests that are shared, and contact the CHA technical chat for any queries or hiccups. And if you are following us in the live stream, but want to hear the panel in German, please make sure that you join the Zoom conference. And for our dear guests here at BUM, if you want to follow the conversation in English, please make sure that you have a translation device that is given out at the registration desk. With that, I will switch back to German und würde noch
And now, having switched back to German, I will give you some more details regarding the questions. We have a standardized procedure, as we heard already in the prior panels. So feel free to take part in our discussion with your questions. You have the microphones in this room. And at the end of this meeting, you can also follow online. You can write your questions to the chat, or confidentially, you can also write to CHA Andrea Steinke, who will then answer your questions or switch or bring in your questions at the end of our discussion. The Russian aggression to Ukraine has triggered a very lively debate about priorities of German foreign and security politics. And we heard already in the first panel what the strategic challenges will be in the future. And especially for this defense policy, we also have created the term of Zeitenwende in Germany. However, this turn of an era could also refer to strategies, capacities, and instruments of crisis prevention and crisis commitment. So that's why we want to discuss today what it could mean for German commitment in crises and conflicts. And apart from this exchange with other areas such as peace and security, there is also the question, as we heard in the first panel, whether this could also trigger a pivot, or but it may need a pivot or change of direction in funding, which is rather based on monopolistic view, or whether we would need more localization. And of course, there are the enormous challenges of climate change, which we can see looming at the horizon. That is why we would like to ask whether it takes a humanitarian turn or pivot, And we also want to delimit this, whether it's necessary to have this pivot, which provides these also solutions for the humanitarian systems. But before we are going to start, let's give you a view to the donor Germany. And we want to show you what the research has had as an outcome regarding German aid. And I would like to ask my colleague to give you the details. To your left, okay. I'm not going to stand in your way. Let me go to this side. Let's show the next slide, please. Thank you. In summer, we had a survey on the international perception of Germany as a humanitarian player, and there were 4 major results which I would like to share with you today. First of all, who were the respondents? We asked humanitarian experts from 52 countries who also have a rather diverse institutional background, be it UN members, Red Cross, but also some local NGOs. And altogether, 200 people answered the questions. That means that the outcome is rather indicative and not necessarily can be generalized. The first finding is whether Germany is an honest broker in humanitarian affairs. And the answer is that more than half of the respondents see Germany as a very value-based donor. And when you add other voices, even it's 80% who see Germany as an honest broker. We had another question to support this. The question was, what drives Germany's aid spending? And 6 answers were possible. 3 were rather egoistic and 3 were interest-based, and a vast majority of 70% of the respondents said it was rather an altruistic way of spending by Germany. However, when we divide between people from Germany and from abroad, you see that among those living in Germany, the most frequent category was actually geopolitical and migration-based motivations for funding, whereas abroad they would rather see altruistic motives such as the strengthening of the humanitarian systems or the use of the handling of humanitarian crises. That brings me to a second major result, that is the international perception, which obviously was much more positive than the domestic view. Depending on where people are working, let's come back to the question whether Germany is an honest broker. People abroad were rather more positively seeing that question. And the third finding is that, as Mr. Köhler has already pointed out this morning, Germany's political commitment could be much more supported by financial support. And regarding the humanitarian system, the role of Germany as the second largest donor, whether it was reflected in the humanitarian system. And we can see here among the respondents, they were rather undecided. 1/3 was in agreement with that statement, and the rest was not. Some more clarity can be seen when looking at this diagram, which shows the Germans' impact on the tests among the 10 largest donors and their humanitarian policy. And you see only those who are perceived as being very influential. In the first place, of course, there is the United States, followed by the EU and UK, and on place 4, Germany comes in. The fourth finding of this survey is that the respondents did not see a very clear thematic priority, and especially in Germany, they were lacking the anticipative humanitarian aid. And we asked, what were the 7 priorities where German players were present, especially, and 1/3 mentioned the nutrition security and food and nutrition security and wash, and then healthcare and humanitarian protection came in. That shows at least that there is not a very clear setting of priorities by Germany regarding Germany's humanitarian commitment. A similar picture could be seen for policy priorities. We asked for 10 different subjects. On place 1, not surprisingly, anticipative humanitarian aid is perceived as one subject where Germany has a lot of influence. And the second and third place nexus, that is the intertwining of humanitarian aid and peace, and grandfathering came in as number 3. Well, that's the moment to hand over to Ralph, who, apart from the survey, will also give you some outcomes of certain interviews. Very much so. Let me also describe the methodology. We also wanted to find out if there is a humanitarian reform required for Germany, which has been discussed for decades, but is coming on very slowly. What is the strength and weaknesses of humanitarian aid? What does Germany have to offer in terms of policy? What's the German position on this way from a payer towards a player? And here also we had 37 interviews, especially in Western capitals, in hubs in New York, Geneva. We made these interviews, half of them with representatives of politics, 10 NGOs, local, international, and Red Half Moon. We had 2 other interviews, and we also had interviews with 5 UN representatives to find the right balance, focusing mainly on global north and perspectives from the global north so far. And the outcomes of those interviews reflected, on the one hand, very much what could be also seen in the survey, and in particular the outcome that there is a big potential in Germany for humanitarian aid, being honest broker as compared with other donors, but not necessarily they would see that the potential is sufficiently used so far. And we could also see from the interviews what the real causes could be and how this could be changed. Just briefly, let me mention 5 or 6 core statements, and we will give you some quotes which are describing our general perception, which can also be seen in our paper. First, the motivation. Why is Germany in such a special role? And as we could see also in the survey, when you ask them openly, what is the characteristic of German humanitarian aid, without speaking of a very principled donor, was the answer we were given very often. And a large portion of the respondents link this to the fact that Germany could take the leadership in ensuring the European landscape and in the humanitarian area. To what extent is Germany already using this potential was another question. And in the past and retrospectively, there was a clear statement of Jan Egeland. They said, when you came, there was not much to discuss 5 years ago. That was really rather a big imbalance between rather high funding and policy impact. But today the situation is that there is a clear picture, meaning that Germany, in its thematic profile, when you asked what is actually done by Germany internationally, one subject is coming up very often in the interviews, even if you don't ask for them, that indeed since 2021 there is anticipatory action. That is something people feel is very typical for Germany in humanitarian systems. When you further ask for similar subject, it gets much thinner or more diverse, one could say. And regarding the conclusion, the capability for a strategy, one donor representative from the European context clearly told us that Germany presently does not have the capability, not even by staffing or by the UK or ECHO, to play in all fields, but there's also a lot of discussion required what other subjects should be prioritized following the anticipatory aid. And it goes in line with the German strategy. In 2009, Germany set up its last strategy. They said subject number 1, humanitarian, access, then a call for action, but the other subjects such as innovation, forgotten crises, etc., there was no feedback in that sense. So capability for a new strategy of Germany is rather seen as being limited in those interviews. Regarding the root causes, we had more mentioned the lack of prioritization, but also there was one opinion where there were some gaps. There is a massive positive perception of the presence of Germany in practically all international forums, that they are also well prepared and acting very professionally in those meetings. But again and again, it comes back to the question that it's not really clear what agenda Germany really has and what subjects they want to bring forward, what Germany wants to achieve. That could be summarized in this sentence, which Sonja Hövelmann also reflects in her paper. Another aspect which I would like to share with you at 2 levels is that you could see the soft and hard power influence of Germany. And what we do in our paper is that we want to see the military, economic, and other power is contrasted with credibility, and there were 2 deficits mentioned in many interviews. That is astonishing how little of its hard power Germany is using in order to bring forward any changes. That is different than in other foreign policy aspects. There is the wish for more leadership, for more clarity, for more priorities, and also for more pressures to move onwards. But it's also, when looking to soft power issues, there is a big deficit that Germany is lacking networking and alliances forming, etc. And one of our colleagues in Europe, of a big donor, told us they had never been invited by the German embassy. Obviously, other embassies are handling this differently. We mentioned Sweden, for example. There is a big commitment on Sweden, how some of the smaller donor states work in these policy areas. And there is also one hint for structural challenges in Germany by saying Germany has a massive deficit of fluctuation, and that's why it's very difficult to develop a soft power, because no networks can be formed, no personal relationships are formed due to very fast fluctuation or rotation of jobs and competencies. If there are such competencies, be the development ministry or the agricultural ministry, they are also in charge of food issues, etc., and questions like that. So Ms. Hövelmann and myself, just to summarize our outcome, we draw the following conclusions and recommendations, which also are based on these quotations. There is needed more thematic prioritization. For instance, S can be done in the anticipatory action, as we could see in some areas. If you can't be present at all subjects, you should at least prioritize some clear subjects and communicate this also. We should have a better cooperation with other partners via these soft power skills, but there should also be more staff, clearly more staff in that area, and less rotation in order to build up knowledge management and know-how, following the example of other donors. And ideally, it should also go to into the new strategy, which has to be written next year. And how to implement all this, this is something which our panel wants to answer. But fortunately, this is not my job anymore. And I will take away this table as well. Thank you very much. So please come up to the stage. Well, after this introduction, Germany is now starting a discussion for a change of our foreign policy and also for the preparation of the new national strategy, security strategy. And I'm very happy to welcome Sarah Foreman. And Sarah, I would like to start with you. As an introduction, Sarah Basson is a scientific assistant at the Global Public Policy Institute. Her main focus is international security, conflict prevention, and the role of technology and forward-looking strategy in foreign and security policy. Apart from that, she's also involved in the debates on the national security strategy as a member of the team of 49 Security, and she is also trying to have a better think tanking sector. Thank you for having you today, Sarah. As I said, you are following intensely the debates on the new first national security strategy for Germany, and there are more and more assessments that show that not only financially but also thematically this will be rather an area of conflict than just an area of cooperation between humanitarian and defense institutions in Germany. So perhaps you can give us some insight how inclusively these debates are handled right now in this time, and what is the role of humanitarian security, and whether, in spite of the rhetorics, these areas are forgotten. Thank you, Sonia. I'm very happy to be here, although normally I'm working in the security and peace fields, but the link to humanitarian areas is also part of the nexus, which I have to deal in my projects very often. And so it's also close to my heart, and I'm very happy that we can discuss it today. The national security strategy, the change of the era, I think it has gone down with everyone now, even across the borders of Germany, that this is a very interesting subject. For instance, I had a discussion with Ulrich Kiesewetter from the CDU. He said that this change of the era, this Zeitenwende, should actually have been started after the first invasion of Russia to Crimea, and it was then when German politicians said we need more international responsibility, Germany has to change, and we are now having a different strategic situation, but it did not work out, so we could not move on, and that is why we have the Zeitenwende now. So there will be a new national security strategy, and one news which you just mentioned, which we tried to push through right from the beginning, is what does strategy mean? That means to set targets and to use strategic resources. It also means where do we have to take the money away and where should we invest it? And when you look at the debate which is going on right now, and when you talk to the people who have responsibility, the answers very often you get is everything has the same priority, and everything we did in the past will keep its priority, and so nothing will change. To me, this is not very credible, because it looks like we have a debate currently in Germany that at the international level, at the economic level, due to the aggression of war into Ukraine and the effects of that, Germany's future is not really bright. And we also can see in the budgetary negotiations that everything which goes beyond this year is taken with a pinch of salt. So we have to look at the situation first, but it does not translate into political priorities yet. And in the discussion about the consequences when it comes to other areas, such as defense policy, etc., such as the defense minister said yesterday at the Federal Academy for Security Policy. So there is a lot of room for maneuver. And that means that human security, politically, you asked for that. In my view, this will be in the focus of this new security strategy. The question is, however, what does it mean? And in the White Book of 2016, we also had this term and as a statement of the German government, but then it was just a little box. So when you look for it, you just find a gray box where there is a little bit about human security. I hope this time it will not be the same. But at the same time, I believe that it's very important to see how can we realize that they are taken serious about human security. Are there approaches which we had before the Russian aggression and where we had a right analysis because human security had been seen through the glasses of human security be implemented? But when you look at the election campaign, and the parties in the last election campaign, those parties who said Nord Stream 2 is a problem and all the things which now have turned out to be a real problem, they were looking forward, and they would also were looking what the potentially affected people were like. And this is actually the approach of human security. And when you look further into the future, in the altruistic foreign policy, which is now being discussed, you see the analysis were right, but the fact is whether this will also reflect in the security strategy and in the threat analysis, and will this also have consequences when defining, for example, priorities. And for me, it's very important whether they really dare setting those priorities. That's a big question to me. Thank you very much. When it comes to financial issues, it's getting interesting, of course. So the question for human security also plays a very important part in the works of Simone Schnabel. Welcome to you as well. And she's a PhD student at the Foundation of Peace and Conflict Research, so mainly about African peace and conflict architecture. Before, she worked for GIZ as an advisor and portfolio manager. And besides, together with Antonia Witsch, has just finished a study on peace political coherence in Mali and Niger, among other things, about perceptions and action of the federal government, which they analyzed there. It's a very interesting study, by the way. I can really recommend it. Maybe today you can give us some insight to your research work in Sahel, in how Germany is perceived in its crisis management and how well Germany is prepared for that. Thank you for having me and for this very exciting discussion so far. So you mentioned it already. We have made this study on behalf of the Advisory Board for Crisis Prevention and Peace Promotion for the coherence of German action in Mali and Niger, together with my colleague Antonia Witsch and also with two other researchers from the region, Babata Komuno from Mali and Abdou Kaloum Saidou from Burkina Faso, which mainly gave us the local perception of German commitment in the region in Mali and Niger. And very similar to the outcome which you have just presented, we also could see that Germany as a whole is perceived as a very honest broker and has quite a high reputation. So it's also seen positively that German commitment is very close to the population due to some agricultural projects, and also is relatively coherent and in line with the guidelines of the German government from 2017, which among other facts where the German government is also committing to human rights and a coherent approach in cooperation. So altogether, German commitment is seen as a very positive thing. However, only part of this commitment is seen like that, because German involvement in the security area, in particular in the scope of MINUSMA, but mainly also within the EU-led missions, is not perceived as part of German commitment, and it's also not perceived as being coherent with the principles. So there is a certain conflict also within what Germany is doing on the ground, and with regard to security political involvement of Germany, which is not seen as being in line with the guidelines.
We need to comment this. Those EU-led missions, especially in Niger, are not perceived as being led by the EU, but being led by France, which brings me to the strategic capacity. Because again, even local actors complain about a lack of strategy on behalf of Germany, because people ask there, what does it want, Germany? If you find laid down in strategic papers an orientation towards local actors, while the defense and security policy is in stark contrast with those guidelines. I think there is stuff for discussion. As an add-on to this, it has been touched upon already. Well, German commitment is carried out very much under the guidelines of departmentalization, silo thinking. Who is responsible but for local civilian actors, but also for implementation organizations that are, I think, represented here, is highly problematic. Because whenever there is not a common approach, whenever there is no comprehensive political strategy for settling regional crisis, as we have it, for example, in Mali and Niger, with this very pervasive German commitment. Follow-up question. In the study, you reach the conclusion that this understanding of stabilization is also a major point of friction. And I quote you, stabilization from the point of view of the federal government is a central tool for promotion of peace. However, to the present day, we have different concepts of stabilization among the departments and how this can promote stabilization and peace. Can you elaborate on this? Because this demarcation and the understanding of what do we want and what do we understand by stabilization as opposed to humanitarian action and humanitarian commitment, because this is a crucial conundrum. Yes, in this study or in this paper, we came to the conclusion we had so many interviews with representatives of governments, both locally and also here in Berlin, and also with NGOs. We have seen a wide variety of opinions, for example, between the Foreign Office and the Federal Ministry for Cooperation and Development. So it needs not lead to contradictions by necessity, but it leads to inconsistencies. Whenever the development cooperation, which is based on cooperation between governments, takes too little account of the fact that the government that you are supporting is part of the problem and is also part of the causative factors. So in future, we need to take a closer look at points where stabilization does not produce the desired outcomes. It's a sad reality. This, if our action, on the contrary, undermines stabilization, because in the last years, the federal government has given more and more resources to Mali, both the defense ministry and also the Ministry for Cooperation and Development. And at the same time, the military budget has also increased. So it's not just enough to demand more money for humanitarian aid, but you need to demand also that it needs to be embedded. It must be integrated into a comprehensive approach. Because if we stop thinking about prevention in a holistic way, then we would end up with paying more and more for humanitarian aid without changing anything about the root causes of the disasters. Humanitarian aid is needed at an 80% rate in crisis and conflict zones. In the context of the humanitarian commitment of the federal government, but also of international agencies, well, a holistic strategy, a comprehensive strategy is needed. Now, our third panelist, Christian Katz, since 1999, he has been active for MSF, Médecins Sans Frontières, in operative projects in Somalia, Afghanistan, and East Timor, but then also in the main office in Berlin, in a leading management function, but also with a clear connection to operations. For 2 years, he has been general director at Médecins Sans Frontières Germany. Welcome, Christian. We have just listened to two pleas for more interconnectedness. These initiatives do exist inside the humanitarian sector. Look at the interconnectedness of humanitarian and peace activities in the triple nexus, and also in the grand bargain. It is a thoroughgoing demand. I'm sure you are formulating already on your lips your response to this, how predictive and how stabilization humanitarian aid should be. Would you care to tell us how MSF looks at these issues? I think this promises to be a very exciting panel. Looking around, well, I cannot agree on everything that has been said. The Zeitenwende, this motto, well, it somehow runs against my general feeling. This concept of a Zeitenwende that was brought up only this year is clearly a combination of humanitarian aid and political and military action. From a humanitarian point of view, it's extremely risky for our activity. In June this year, Olaf Scholz, the federal chancellor, stated, in order to provide defense measures to Ukraine, we will certainly strengthen humanitarian aid, but also the military support to Ukraine by providing weaponry. So it's a mixture of humanitarian action and military action, which cannot be, because this may lead to a condition where humanitarian actors are exposed to risk, which will certainly also lead to fatal misunderstandings and misperceptions, because humanitarian aid workers can be seen as supporting one side of the conflict. Humanitarian aid is always unconditional, must be unconditional at all times. This mingling with political purposes is risky. We have seen it again during the G7 foreign ministers meeting in September. Again, well, to alleviate the suffering of the population in Ukraine and to preserve sovereignty and territorial integrity, Ukraine will continue to receive humanitarian, military, and economic aid. Again, a very fatal and disastrous mingling of political, military, and humanitarian action. We have seen this not for the last time in Afghanistan, where this mingling of political purposes and monetary aid cannot function. With the seizure of power by the Taliban, all organizations that somehow worked in a mixture had to stop their activity altogether because it was not clear. Well, the Taliban say, okay, on which side have you been throughout these years? Have you built up schools, or have you provided military help, or have you provided humanitarian aid? So take your stance. So for us, it is clear. Those who had provided exclusively humanitarian aid, they were allowed to stay. This is not a surprise, because it's utterly important to have this clear demarcation nexus. We see high risks as MSF in this mixture of purposes. It must be clear, both for the actors, both for governments, non-governmental organizations, civil organizations, and also humanitarian organizations. It must be clearly visible. What am I doing here? Why am I here? What is my purpose? Only thanks to this demarcation will you be safe to provide humanitarian assistance in Niger and Mali. Well, humanitarian aid being prepped up is good, but well, okay, you save human lives. That's the desired outcome. Yes, that's the purpose, the entire purpose: saving, rescuing people. but that this is interconnected with other types of interventions, well, is open to discussion. It is utterly important. Well, how can German foreign policy reposition itself, for example, to support humanitarian aid? Here we are seeing already now, as a medical actor in so many countries, we see room for change so as to reposition the federal government to support humanitarian aid. Let me also make a passionate plea. The two studies that have been presented, the humanitarian aid provided by the federal government is seen as rather independent. And I think it should stay so. Chancellor Scholz in June and Minister Baerbock in November have triggered a mixture. I think it's an own goal. It's you are shooting in your knee when you do that. Okay, we will come back to this in the second round. I would ask you, Simone, this study or the paper that you mentioned reaches the conclusion very clearly that we need to complain a certain lack of coherence and strategic consistency in African countries. Where is the glitch and what is needed? Very well, so I take pleasure. May I respond to Mr. Katzer? My plea was not, well, there is enough money for humanitarian aid. That was not my statement. What I wanted to say is the number of refugees, the number of those who need humanitarian help is the expression and the implication of a certain commitment for stabilization and for peacekeeping that has failed. Because why do we have yet ever more crisis? Because we have more violence, both of government and non-government actors against the civilians. It's important that an actor like Germany and other countries be still committed. Yes, it's extremely important, but I would like to refer to the fact, and what is also elaborated on in our paper, and we follow up on this nexus debate. There is a high degree of coordination on the administrative, for example, GAAP or the work staff, operative staff, Sahel, operational agreements between various chief players. Well, so much has happened since the last attempts were made in stabilizing a country, for example, in Afghanistan. But what is missing is a content fill-up. How can the federal government, together with the various departments, how can you contribute to this purpose of creating a stable, a permanent and sustainable peace, for example, by analyzing action and impact? And probably well-meant tools can have a negative counterindication and can undermine each other. To avoid that, you need strategic reflection that can spell it out. Where do we want to go? What is our end point? How do we want to chip in our substantial contributions from various departments? And I need to evaluate this. We are seeing it now. Will we shift our security policies to Niger? But, well, we need to take a closer look at what has failed in Mali. For 20 years, we've seen an EU-led mission. This has never been evaluated, has never been analyzed. But we need such an analysis. At the same time, we need much more understanding, much more analysis of the local conflict scenario. And this must be fed back into humanitarian aid, but also other fields of policy. Thank you, Simone. Barbara, well, Sarah, I have read a quote by Wolfgang Schmidt, the head of the Federal Chancellery, He says Germany is still a teenager in the area of foreign policy. At the same time, the new security strategy should provide forward-looking solutions. Ms. Müller said so, the leader of the parliamentary group. What is needed in terms of resources to make our action future-proven? Well, may I also add two nuances to the ongoing debate. As to the topic of stabilization, well, it goes into this direction of future-proofing, foreseeing, predictive capacity. My main field of research, what is the cognitive biases that we are carrying in our heads? The optimistic bias. Normally, you think the things that you are working on should work out fine and nothing can go wrong. This is the topic of stabilization, because what is being done? Well, the idea is you want to support the services for basic needs so that people locally have the impression the government contributes to this state of affairs. So you bolster trust in government. For example, you need a guest government that is friendly to you because you think that is somehow a contribution to positive development. But the nuance is also not always will you have to deal with centralized structures. You are also working in countries that are highly decentralized, for example, Iraq. In certain regions of the country, you would focus on the local perception so that the local population gets the feeling, okay, our local government can do it. They can lay the foundations for a safe and healthy life. Well, the big problem is if you, once you come up with this optimistic bias and you have a military coup, and all of a sudden, overnight, you have a government with who you cannot no longer cooperate. Stabilization will get into troubled waters. What can you do in such a situation? Probably you will then move forward, not only in postponing the decisions. We are waiting for the decisions concerning Mali, but it's around the corner. The second point that I want to make, this intermingling in this quote by Olaf Scholz. Well, I cannot look into Mr. Scholz's head, but coming back to this entire Zeitenwende buzzword, well, in the huge framework of security policy, this message that is there, that is also true. Germany has benefited from the fact that other countries have invested in their defense, with which Germany has struck alliances. So Germany had to do makeshift without any own investment. Now this balance has shifted. Normally, Germany was committed to the soft topics. Well, we do rather much in humanitarian aid, Afghanistan, for example. All those humanitarian and development goals, even in the military, well, in the Sahel, we are not the guys for the dirty work. No, we help and assist the French. So the political pressure towards international partners, because the complaint is Germany does not provide enough weapons, but we do say, well, we do provide the weaponry that we can do without, but apart from that, we do all the humanitarian groundwork and so on. But that's not enough. That is the political framing. Now, the humanitarian position that would claim, okay, we call on maintaining the humanitarian principles. I support it wholeheartedly, but when push comes to shove, and I would like to hear from you a response. What about actors that move beyond the basic principles that are committed to democratic fundamental values, civil rights, and things like that, that are also close to our heart? And we want to make sure that people can live to these democratic standards also elsewhere. For example, in Ukraine. What's your stance on this? Because I think you can spell it out by the instance of Ukraine. Yes, there are certain players that draw on humanitarian principles alone. They need to be able to legitimate themselves. But beyond that, we want to insist on implementing certain values that go beyond the humanitarian values, things like democracy, fairness, equity, freedom of speech, and things like that. Probably, how can we reconcile these two purposes? Other people here in this room can give a better answer. Future-proofing, forward, is a buzzword. It makes me cross. I'm a think tanker. You need to wrap up a very attractive gift paper, so you attach a title to this, I think, and the politicians will tell you that's also true for resilience. Okay, let's write it also on the wrap, on the packaging. But it's not lived out by the content. So you can write. The EU is very good in dressing up these parcels with nice buzzwords. Yes, of course, I agree. The basic misunderstanding to foresee is not a prophecy for the future. It's just about presenting oneself more robust and in a more forward-looking way for any eventuality. And I think the peace policies can learn from humanitarian aid because they have a full stock of information. What are we safe to know? What can we predict? What can we expect? What might occur in the future? I need to cut short my response. Let me also advertise my own. With the Finance Security blog, we also finance a podcast series on early warning and reaction. It's very much zooming in on those topics. How can we improve our early warning systems? So the extensive answer will go more throughout and in depth. Now, the various conflictualities between contrasting targets, humanitarian aid, diplomacy, and development goals. We've heard so much about the government level. We talked also, you have also a representative of the civilian organizations. Christian, let me ask you. A clear emergency aid, humanitarian aid is in part also embedded in long-term crisis, therefore also fulfilling a stabilizing function because humanitarian workers have to be present for a longer time. So beyond the life-saving mandate, they provide more thoroughgoing assistance. So questions arise for an actor like MSF in providing humanitarian aid to civil society. If you look into the future, just some years, what are the changes foreseeable for humanitarian actors in the near future? I was already predicting that it would be an exciting debate. From our point of view, yes, one thing is clear. The humanitarian system in itself and also humanitarian actors act according to, or are in a change. The third factor, the climate crisis, is the most fundamental one. The other two things, have come up repeatedly. We have seen it endlessly. For one thing, the nature of violent conflicts is changing somehow. We see it in many contexts. Away from a conflict between a governmental actor and a non-governmental actor or various governments. More urban violence, for example, in Haiti, where the actors need to rethink their stance. They need to find a new path to enable their work being carried on. And we see more and more attacks carried out against civilian targets, civilian structures, in a rather systematic way. Quite often, we do not see a clear-cut condemnation of those terrorist attacks. For example, if we say, we provide weapons, yes, of course, it is clear that counterattacks will be carried out. I find it extremely difficult to differentiate. The second comment, I do not see a conflict between humanitarian and human rights, but what I see, state building and humanitarian action must be separated. Well, I would never say we are not acting in favor of human rights. No, I would. Health, access to health facilities is a human right. So medical aid as such has a clear relationship to human rights. So I would not split the two things apart. Government formation, state building, and humanitarian aid. Well, there cannot be an overlap or a cooperation. Well, if you want to improve foreign policy in Germany, please make sure that in the foreign policy that crises become less in numbers, that we need less humanitarian aid. You must not ask what's the responsibility of the humanitarians. We will give more money to you, so make sure that the humanitarian impact is mitigated. Those who flee from Mali, that they be provided with the necessary assistance. That's not job. No, it's the job of the politicians to make sure that not longer any such situations are created in which people face these dire catastrophes. The degree and also the orientation of humanitarian funds must be adjusted to the needs. Ukraine, 80% funded, and I have no 25% underfunding for Chad, 25% underfunded for Chad, for other countries. There is a huge gap. If you look closer, German money, if this is supposed to be independent, if it is being funneled elsewhere, yeah, you could guide it, you could lead it, you could ask the players to bring proposals that look into what's going on in Yemen. I think we could here exercise a certain political management in a more coordinated. I found it rather frightening statements this morning by both speakers. Yes, we only have that amount of money. I cannot spend any euro that I have spent. That's the totally wrong approach. Well, we have so many more challenges, so we have to pay much more. It's quite as simple as that. We must say, oh, you are right. So, okay, give me a little chunk of this and I accept it willing. No, we need extremely increased amounts of money, both for prevention and assistance and relief. We as civilian society and we as humanitarian actors need to push hard on politicians. No, you as politicians, as German government, must live up to your responsibility. We, as being the country of Germany, are one of the creators of those crises. So we need to take on our responsibility. We must make sure that this disaster cannot go on. Humanitarian aid may be a part of the response, but the ultimate responsibility, but to carry forward the responsibility on the shoulders of the humanitarians is the wrongest approach possible. We need to act more in parallel. Well, only a very short fraction is being done of what needs to be done. Very briefly on the long-term prospect, long-term conflicts, I do not believe that the humanitarian aid will have a stabilizing effect. On the contrary, quite often the case from my own perspective is that in Chad, for example, humanitarian aid is wherever it has been present for a very long time, it's because nothing else happens. Humanitarian aid might also impede the access of civilian or political actors. Frankly speaking, I don't take it. I don't believe this. It's clear. we need to ask, what do we have to do once we stay for such a long time? Our own approach must be adjusted. Quite often it's just cry out loud.
So if we treat the same child for malnutrition 2 times in a row, we automatically will see that this should not be the case. But it's not a reason because we are there. This is just because other things don't happen, because there is no resilience being built up, that there are different conflicts which we are treating. But what we can do is we can create awareness that we are treating the child in the second time for the second time, and the political players have to act, and that is where it comes together, and we have to make people aware. Of course, we have to sit down in the same room and to discuss without reflecting this into humanitarian aid or putting the blame on the humanitarian aid. So we as humanitarian players should again ask the questions again and again how this question should be tackled. And just shortly about the climate crisis, I believe that is extremely important to deal with the subject, both from the point of view of humanitarian actors, to ask for our role as humanitarian players, to our influence in the climate crisis, and to adjust our own way of working. And at the same time, it's clearly necessary as well that we should play the ball back to politicians, saying that the national health authorities and other institutions should be supported to create more resilience and to adapt to the new reality. Due to global warming, some diseases may show up again, which have already disappeared. And that makes the population extremely vulnerable because there is no protection, and that the health system is also unable to help. That may create a lot of death toll. And humanitarian aid, of course, can intervene in such situations, but it's not the answer to the big questions. And that is why some unavoidable climate effects have to be supported in advance, rather than just waiting for the humanitarian aid to act and to respond in the worst case to save people at the last moment. But there's a lot of work which has to come first. Thank you. Let me remind you that we will take questions in a second, but also the online audience can put their questions on the chat.
In English, if you feel more comfortable, we will accommodate both languages. I
think it's very interesting to look at the aspect of human security, because that's also a point of view which could unite a lot of players in their view about whose security is at stake at all, and how in what interests are we actually committing. Christian, you mentioned the aspect that there can be no humanitarian solutions for political problems. At the same time, however, when looking at Afghanistan, at Mali, stabilization missions are not having the best reputation presently, and they are losing some part of their credibility as well. Let me quote Zara's report on the network approach. She is writing that the problem of the networked approach is that many things should be tackled at the same time. This does not mean networking already, and even better networking is no convincing foreign political strategy. They are rather making complicated the work between missions of different sides. Let me ask you, therefore, when we look at human security, and when this is our common view, how can the target conflicts be solved between all the various areas? Who wants to answer that question? Well, the networked approach makes me smile a little bit, because in Mali, I talked to a representative of the German Armed Forces. They told me that this does simply not exist. And I think that was a very bold answer, driven by the debate in the Bundestag. And you have to take a very close look at what the targets are and how these targets can be reached. And now I would like to answer again one of our questions and come back to one of the results of our study. It needs, and I said this already this afternoon, the federal government needs in Mali and also in other contexts for stabilization, they need a country-specific overall strategy approaching the local situation rather than being designed in Brussels and implementing those decisions made in Brussels. So that does not mean it is also very easy to say that the federal government needs a strategy. We also know about how volatile the situation on the ground really is, but this really needs to look forward and to think in scenarios which may come true, which may happen. And I'm asking myself whether our German government also is thinking that in Niger, only in 2010, they had the last coup d'etat by the military, or if they say the next time, oh, how come we did not know that? Actually, it's a region which is shattered by many coups and characterized by such events. So what I'm saying is that a strategy does not mean that this is the way forward and we are going on that way. The strategy means to design different scenarios and forecast several scenarios and also include some retreat options, for instance, for military missions of the German armed forces, rather than just waiting for Russia to step in and going out then. I think you have to think of those situations before they happen. And that's the task of a strategic discussion, which should at best be held at the highest level of ministries and between ministries. And ideally, they should also be based on the guidelines of the German government. And this is, of course, not free from conflicts. There are target conflicts, certainly, but we have to talk about this. And we also have to talk about this with governments, and unpleasant subjects have to be tackled as well. And they have to think, well, those are the principles, and how do we handle them? That does not mean that this can all be implemented according to these catalogs of questions, but it takes a dialogue, and it takes some thinking of what we want to achieve and how the partner feels, who might not be thinking the same way and not having perhaps the right government in our view, but it can't also be the consequence of such situation that any commitment will be disrupted. And I think what we have to do is we have to find a common target within the German government, and also to have a more intensive dialogue with the local governments, but also with the civil society, of course, beyond the capitals. So what about human security? Is this rather a pair of glasses for we can use all of us, or just let me quote again. The quotation comes from the networked approach, where we thought that Germany would have an answer to everything, to all the problems in our political commitment. There is already some truth in it, that there was lacking coordination between various ministries and politics in particular, because different parties are having different ministries. This is another problem. Coordination is a problem and needs to be worked at. And therefore, the national security strategy will now be perhaps some kind of umbrella document and some coordinating basis, which can take us a step forward. But in order to say, like it was said, that networking is not a strategy in itself. This networking alone will not do the trick. And I think when we are now coming to the point to show all the threats in this, and I'm really in agreement with Christian Katter when he says that the threats resulting from that, because we also looked at the peace targets or our commitment towards peace of a big humanitarian actor in the system, in order to give some recommendations how one can contribute more to peace in military commitment. And the outcome was also, as we heard before, better do no harm, back to the basics, because it's of no point to pretend that humanitarian aid at no point would be free from any impacts on the political situation. However, at the same time, pushing forward, making project with other peace actors, and then everything would be networked. Why do no harm components would not be implemented properly. From our point of view, this analysis would lead to the wrong approaches, and so certain things should really be done right. And it's also very important to say that the problem starts where conflicts are breaking out, not really where humanitarian aid can help once conflicts have happened or broken out. And as Simone has said, you also said we made a study, follow the money, how the money is being spent for crisis prevention by the German government. And what we could see was that the money was rather spread widely, a little bit to all the projects and everywhere in the world without setting priorities. Germany wanted to be present everywhere, multilaterally, working in partnerships, but then it comes to a point where it really can make a difference by the soft power, whether it really makes a difference if I just set up a nice project which does not do harm in some places, but that is rather kind of a diplomatic goal rather than a political goal, because when it's coming to preventing violence, we really have to think what is really going to be the impact, and there we have to think more strategically. So in order to prevent conflicts from breaking out, because once a conflict is there already, just let us look at the Russian-Ukraine discussion. The problem is not that Russia does not want their own people to be given medical care, but if the staff is attacked, it's because it's instrumentalized, because there is a conflict. So this is in principle the root cause to which it's boiling down. And therefore, it's good that this continues to be a priority. At the same time, I'm not buying into the argument that if we invest in humanitarian aid, we can't invest elsewhere. I think this can only be a technical problem. Somebody has to explain this to me as well. May I just add, so when you mentioned your buzzwords, prevention came to my mind immediately, and this needs to be a central part of the overall strategy for a specific crisis context. This needs to be thought up to the end, where you cannot just think of individual instrument or making some check marks with the characteristic figures, etc. So when it comes to strategy, the federal government is now writing a big strategy. You mentioned the national security strategy. We've got also a feministic foreign policy strategy, and there is also in the pipeline the strategy for humanitarian aid, which is about to be revised. And what is important to me is to say, we have to separate what needs to be separated. We have to come back to humanitarian aid and political goals, but we also have to join what needs to be joined. And from our point of view, it's obvious that foreign policy can put a lot of political weight into points where we want to fight against the root causes, and where this could mean concretely that we should prioritize, we should not mix up humanitarian aid with political goals. And clearly the rooms and the conditions for humanitarian aid should be defended. Blockades of countries to certain access should be mentioned openly, and we should sharply criticize these things, and that can go hand in hand with the spreading of humanitarian aid and money to those countries. Germany can indeed put a certain focus there and has also a big responsibility in that respect. On the other hand, Germany needs to put more focus on principle-guided humanitarian aid. We have the situation that since Germany started the call for action for respect humanitarian law and humanitarian action, and came up with this idea. And in the meantime, this has been accepted and ratified by 150 countries. But on the other hand, we see initiatives by France, for example, which clearly veto this when it comes to give an exceptional approval for humanitarian aid in sanctioned regimes. This is a clear political conflict, and Germany can take a very clear position. They started this course for action, and at the international level, they can really discuss with France how they can block such an initiative. And there is a lot of room for political action in order to allow humanitarian aid without using political aid or linking political aid to political goals with humanitarian aid, because other states and other governments, of course, look very closely of what's happening and where we respond and where we don't. And then, of course, the Ethiopian government will prevent our access to Tigray because for them it's not safe enough. And then, of course, at the foreign policy, one can oppose this attitude, and Germany has to take a much bigger role, play a much bigger role in that respect. Thank you. Now let me look into the audience, and please feel free to use the microphone if you have any question. When I see look into this room, I can see there are no current questions from the online audience. But please introduce yourself. I'm Cornelia Fico-Quatzel. I'm a pensioner, and before that, I've spent 21 years of the diachronic disaster management and Brot für die Welt. There are lots of things which are very strange to me. Let's start with networking. You say networking, but rightfully, Ms. Schnabel has pointed out that networking is actually not the subject, my friends. The idea of networking came about, as far as I can remember, for the first time in the context of Kosovo and Serbia. And then it was actually started by Joschka Fischer, the then foreign minister of Germany, and in order to support Florian Katzer, Christian Katzer, what the consequences can be for humanitarian aid. Joschka Fischer invited the Committee for Humanitarian Aid and wanted this to be very important. And now all humanitarian aid would come in line with democratization efforts, and humanitarian aid would only be provided to forces which would potentially topple Milosevic. That is actually nonsense, because we always support also communities, and we do not ask refugees whether they are pro or contra Milosevic in order to receive humanitarian aid. In practice, this is absolute nonsense to make this difference. But beyond that, politically, that was perceived well in Serbia. And I was taken to prison for that reason, because they told me, you want a regime change instead of humanitarian aid. This is really dangerous and actually stupid, number one. Secondly, who has promoted this mix of values and players? Again and again, that was done by the Federal Ministry of Defense. They always invited for humanitarian and development NGOs and foreign policy and defense representatives. And of course, the Defense Ministry has a certain interest, and I can understand from their point of view. They want to get information from the civil society in the field of humanitarian aid. And of course, they want to make use of that information. But there were some civil society organizations over all the decades which don't think this is an ideal setup, because it also contradicts the principles. Now let me mention humanitarian principles and human rights again. Why shouldn't they be mixed up? Why not? Those are values which are having a totally different political context and which also are targeting different things. One thing is how generally democratic, peaceful, and peace-capable and just societies can be created based on human rights, can be stabilized, etc. There, of course, this all should be in. And the other side is, if worse comes to worse, if it's really breaking out a conflict, and if for long we cannot speak about democracy or human rights at all, what shall be done in such a situation? And the humanitarian international law has been created in a totally different context than human rights. They are not talking about the ideal society. They just want to make sure that in a violent context, they want to limit violence. They can't do more, and they don't want to do more. In order to achieve that, they need to be they need to recognize all. They need the recognition of all conflicting parties. And at the same time, when you want to do this, you can't promote regime change at the same time. That's obvious, isn't it? Human security, and let me start again with you. Networking again. Indeed, this is not the right buzzword for what politics needs. Also, the Commission of Refugee Root Causes, which I'm a part of, said what is missing is not coordination or networking. What is missing is a clear political goal and strategy. The objective basically is having peace and a peace policy. There was a debate about human security. And by the way, it's not an empty word. It's a well-filled concept. Berghoff Foundation and Ebert Foundation have worked long on this subject. It was discussed at EU level and then trashed. But the content is, it should be a complementary concept for military security. And military security, there may be moments that it's necessary, where it's necessary, but looking at the basic concept, the approach was whose security? It's about the everyday security and social security of people. If indeed, when you apply certain forms of military security, that may even be undermined. The whole human part came up in the UN, where they found out that the largest destroyer of development efforts are wars. And so what helps us any kind of having any kind of security concept if at the same time development is undermined? And I'm really interested to look to see when you say that in the new strategy, the development concept will be there. That is not fitting at all. But that means we want to have a new militarization of security. How this should come together, I don't know. And what is now looking like a feminist look on security that has long been there, but it has never been implemented. But what is needed is to say in this context, what are the concrete conflict causes nationally and internationally? In most conflicts, there are not only social players, but at some point the military component comes in. But this needs to be looked at in the course of an overall strategy. First of all, we have to know what is the right strategy in this context. And secondly, what is the target? Do we have the target of human security? Do we have the target of giving preference to non-violent dealing with conflicts? And to my mind, everything is being mixed up right now in this debate, even in this room, but also this discussion is just reflecting the situation at other levels as well. Another question?
Hi.
Frederik Kranic of the World Food Programme. Mr. Katzer is absolutely right. We are in a very unacceptable situation in many crises contexts, because we have to do again and again, coming up with the same, treating the same people and supporting the same people with humanitarian aid, which is actually an unacceptable situation. And we heard a lot about the question of how we can get away from that situation. Again and again, we've mentioned the words of resilience and development and diplomacy and the way how to solve conflicts, adaptation to climate change. And all of a sudden, the range of the subjects is getting very wide. And then the individual players are also getting more and more. And the things I'm really thinking about, or what makes me concerned, is that I don't see that the incentive structures either in the humanitarian system, in the UN systems, or within the German governments are put in a way that they could support serious cooperation, that they really could promote the capability for a new strategy, but also the step which is here mentioned by the word of networking, that this is really taken seriously, because it would be an enormous progress if humanitarian players would speak to development players. There are so many institutional gaps, as to my mind, both in the German government, but also in all other systems involved. So that I'm asking myself, how can we design incentive systems? How can we stop talking about it and starting to do things? And what are the triggers in order to improve the situation? Because we are all failing miserably in capability for a new strategy, but also when it comes to the other questions. Thank you. And another question from the chat. Unfortunately, not from the chat. I have a question of my own and take the liberty to ask it. Thank you, first of all, for this panel. I think it's incredibly inspiring and listening to you. But my question refers to the we are talking about, and I would like to throw into this debate. What is this monetary we like? Does it refer to the question of coherence at the governmental level, or do you mean what Christian Katzer has criticized in the discussion, that we have to tackle the government? And I'm asking myself a little bit, what is the common denominator of all the players who claim that they want to provide humanitarian aid? Thank you. We have 4 minutes left. Maybe you want to respond to the first comment for a larger differentiation of the debate, and also the question of human security and feminist foreign policy. How does this go together? And maybe you would like to speak about the humanitarian we, and regarding the incentive structures. So please, if you don't mind. Otherwise, the next panel, whereas the speaker of the next panel will also deal with those questions in particular. Okay, now, yeah, let me just start. The longer comment at the beginning, I believe that the narrative of intervention in stabilization context has undergone many changes in the last 20 years, from Kosovo via Afghanistan now to Mali, Sahel, whatever. Promoting democracy is definitely no more in the first place. That has been pushed to the background, and clearly we also are interested in building up democratic structures. But the problem is that, and I think especially from Afghanistan, we have learned that the federal government and the international players have had too high ambitions, but saying that primarily, and that's the problem we discussed in this panel too, it's that the debate is focusing too much on the security aspects of all the approaches. And I would like to add, because you said that a political strategy at the international and national level. So what I wanted to say earlier, especially when asking for a better strategy for such contexts, is that we have to look more locally. What is there in terms of local conflict solving mechanisms and players? Where can we start working reasonably? And also the representative of WFP, that was your organization. I'm asking myself as well, to what extent is this already linked to work together with local peace initiatives and local dialogue processes in order to negotiate even a fragile peace at a local level? To what extent is that linked to humanitarian intervention, for example? And there I see certain ways for improvement rather than just asking for the common budget. Yes, thank you for the questions. And I think the first and the second questions, they go together quite well, because we heard on the one hand that things are very clear, humanitarian principles are like that, and that's why they were invented, and people have thought about that. And the question is then, why is it so complicated anyway? Why do we have so many hiccups? And the second question also came to the point, how can we really advance? We are all failing, so why don't we change the situation? And my conviction is, and we mentioned this earlier when we talked about the work in the national security strategy, to what extent is the social society involved, the civil society involved in our foreign policy? How is the civil society involved at all in designing this strategy? I think there is much more room for involving the civil society, for consulting and using the expertise. One thing is what we want to try to do with the security bloc, but it's no point, it doesn't help to again and again design those concepts and explain them as very clear concepts, because we don't fail because the decision-making level at the political level does not understand why it works. Why it fails is the point when it comes together at a person like Olaf Scholz, and he is now exposed to pressure from several directions and has to put everything together somehow and make the decision at the highest political level, but also at the lower bureaucratic levels in technical implementation. And I often have the feeling, and that's also the challenge when I'm observing this, why doesn't this advance? We spend so little time to talk about this together, what actually the challenges of each side are in this implementation, rather than standing there and saying, well, this is the concept, and is it clear, and why didn't you implement it? And this is exactly something where we try to approach in different ways. You also said you wanted to have somebody from the political side at this panel, which would be the ideal interaction point. But this would be my plea. And finally, I wanted to say, for me, it's great to be here. And I also like these debates because the humanitarian sector is much more progressive and much more advanced than the political security debate in many aspects. That's why we need humanitarian players also in the debates on the national security strategy and peace politics. But at the same time, we have to think of how it can work, that we can really come together and that we can really find solutions.
Thank you very much. Probably we do not want to come together, well, in the end, because so you can repeat the principles and the reasons why you hope that they will come to. Probably I'm too optimistic. It may be an illusion. You fulfill a function, but whenever I see somebody being upset, then I keep repeating my tenets. I have been repeating this for 20 years. It's part of humanitarian aid. We must not be frustrated. Even we treat the same child again and again, but it's not the mistake committed by the child, but a mistake committed by us. We run up against the same walls and get a bloody nose. It may be frustrating, but it's part and parcel of our commitment. That's why we reach this humanitarian. We are quite often blamed as being too egotistical. Well, we are being criticized for being too stubborn, but things are very complex. It must be. Yes, we can make demands, and we are not experts in politics. We cannot offer quick fixes or solutions, but we can only repeat, for political problems, you must find for political problems, and we must provide humanitarian help to people in need at the right moment. We need to have this distinction of remits. Yes, the solutions must be of a political nature. That one is clear. Supporting cooperation. Well, I think we have many organizations here in this room who offer you a hodgepodge of so many different things, activities, and responsibilities. Not so this interconnectedness, well, may also be present in the various actors because well, but for a small exception, because you work in so many different fields of the government. Humanitarian action, development is given money, and also nation building from a private view. Yeah, we do have opportunities inside the ministries. They are sitting around one table. We have the humanitarian department of the ministry sitting here, and also the development politics department, and also the humanitarian department. Why wouldn't it work out? Why don't you talk to each other? So you might come up with a local solution, but once again, it's not my speciality. Well, I would rather say I must abstain from a clear judgment. Yes, there is a clear political responsibility to end conflicts, not to let them trundle out of control. You need to react to the climate crisis. And this responsibility rests not with the humanitarian actors. With this clear plea, we want to conclude this session. I hear, so stick to your guns. We must become better in doing no harm, but also in conflict sensitivity and in prevention of conflicts. But at the same time, we must keep in touch with the various actors. We must understand what our respective background is, what the values are, what the positions are. Let me point out once again, in the lobby, we do have some pin walls. If you want to take out, if you have taken out a key takeaway, if you want to pin it to attach it to your mirror in the bathroom, the next panel will be on challenges of humanitarian coordination and humanitarian site. And then we have now a 25-minute break. Thank you.
dabei. Wir haben auch die Genfer Leitung.
We have also the line to Geneva up and running.
Welcome back. Please take a seat if you haven't yet. We would like to restart. I'm restarting in the first place in English, just to reiterate, if you need translation from our German chat, which we will start in a second, please tap on translation in the Zoom menu. If you need live captioning, either here in the hall, you can read it there, or you can have it, of course, also online in the settings with subtitles. Wir freuen uns sehr.
So we are happy to start out again. We have discussed a number of issues, among other things, with State Secretary Ms. Baumann, Michael Köhler of ECHO. We had a quite exciting, controversial debate about interconnectedness and integration of humanitarian aid with other aspects, with Christian Katzer from MSF and the colleagues on GGPI. And now we want to follow up on this discussion under the general title, Do we need a humanitarian Zeitenwende? Let's take up with Ms. Deike Potzel at Schenkenberg van Mierop. We are happy to have with us Gareth Price-Jones from Geneva.
Be reassured, Gareth, once we have a chat later on. In
the European debate on turning point or Zeitenwende debate with reference to the crisis in Ukraine, there is a huge enthusiasm flaring up, which is probably one positive aspect, a much better coordinated presentation, a common approach in terms of foreign policy and security policy among many European actors. Yet at the same time, we have a long-standing issue that has been criticized for years, that humanitarian action lacks a new start, needs more coordinated efforts in Ukraine. For example, we need more coordination between the donors, and that the Ukraine crisis is overfunded and the help happens with local actors. So there was rather further stress on the need for a change in humanitarian action. Ms. Potzel, you are the Director General for Crisis Prevention, Civilization, Peacebuilding and Humanitarian Assistance of the German Federal Foreign Office. Let me start out with you, the German setting. What's your assessment of this debate? On the one hand, the wish for a much more coordinated approach. This was a shared feeling. Progress and deficits are seen in the humanitarian action in Germany. But on the other hand, there is a clear desire for a clear demarcation between humanitarian action and political purposes. How fit for purpose are we in the humanitarian landscape here in Germany? It should be switched on. Please switch it on. Or the microphone has a glitch. Can you hear me? Okay, good. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here and to enter into a dialogue with you. Well, the relevance of a coordinated approach, well, I share this feeling. I also know the criticism. I think it would be a little bit arrogant to say everything is running smoothly. We know that there is always room for improvement or for higher speed, and that would be also desirable. On the other hand, well, in the humanitarian landscape, we are always called upon to act quickly, which is in a tension, because on the one hand, we need to react quickly. On the other hand, we are required to act in coordination. But I think one thing is highlighted by the Ukrainian conflict. We cooperate well. We work in interconnectedness. We have seen how the federal government, in a very short period of time, has brought up so much help. Every department of the federal government has chipped in their contribution. We have, at regular intervals, situation conferences in the Federal Chancellery. Day in, day out, we continue our close cooperation between the various ministries, coordinating our efforts on certain projects and topics of implementation. One example out of many, for example, institutions like the Technical Hilfswerk, the Catastrophe Relief Agency, over diesel power generators, Ukrainization, winterization, so making the country fit for the winter. We closely cooperate with NGOs, but also with the huge international organizations. Again, it's almost a daily routine. Over the last weeks, I have been traveling a lot, be it in Geneva or New York, or I attended the COP. We talked not only about small pieces or segments, we also took a view of the whole picture. As the Foreign Office, we have also established what is called a stability hub, which is responsible for coordination and interconnection among our efforts. For Ukraine, it is located in Warsaw. We hope to be able to move it in the not too distant future to Kyiv. We did have plans, but then the air raids started again on Kyiv. But this stability hub does work well, and it is a clear sign in favor of cooperation. We have our partners in the Federal Ministry of Cooperation, and they have long been working on reconstruction, but coordination in our country goes beyond the Foreign Office and the Federal Ministry of Cooperation, but also with the Federal Ministry of Defense and the BML, the clover leave procedure, as we call it, also to support the health sector. But when it is about the transport of the injured, we need so much coordination. Or take food crisis, we need coordination between the Foreign Office, the federal ministries, and we have also established a task force. We have set up a international conference jointly on the food crisis. We have also a coordination round with the Federal Chancellery. So I would say yes, it can work, and it does work in the everyday routine. We have the GAAP process as a standard established in the Federal Ministry for Cooperation. It's also my personal purpose, this famous nexus. I know some people loathe this word. We need to coordinate even more the nexus. In our ministry, we have two departments, Huki and stabilization. These two strands need to be interconnected more tightly. And the GAAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, must become more connected to the situation on site. It must be lived out to the world. We, as the ministry, think it's very, very important. So it can work. Thank you very much, Daike Potzel. Well, we had two camps, let us put it like this. One camp or one side, or probably 8 camps, but at least we had 2 camps. The first camp with a clear perspective on promoting interconnectedness, not necessarily the approaches or the actions, but a better strategically coordinated approach would be a matter of necessity. From the Sahel zone, we heard that there are some multiplicity of ministries that are not consistent with each other. And the other camp that said it, that's the last thing we need. We do not need an integration of humanitarian aid into an interconnected approach with focus on democratization and stabilization. You are the head of a department for crisis prevention, peace building, and so on, humanitarian assistance. Some people might object to your department. These things should not be lumped together. They should not be conjoined institutionally. What's your take on this? Well, I do believe without an interconnection in our activities and in our thinking, we will fail our objectives. We do need the variety of actors. They must not be separated in terms of time. We need to group them around one table. We hear it again and again with representatives from humanitarian aid. I haven't been on this board for such a long time. I hear it again and again. We do need development aid very early. We need stabilization efforts early on. We want to get out of the purely humanitarian crisis situations. We need Mark Griffith speaks always about reinforcing Mark Griffith. Therefore, I think it's always good to have examples where this played out well, just to highlight that this may be an exit strategy out of the crisis rather than a perpetuation, or where we have seen in some parts decades and decades of humanitarian crisis. No, we must get out of this vicious cycle. We must enable new ways for human beings who live in those crisis situations. I would rather set aside the definition of firewalls between the various sectors. We will zoom in on that again. I think this is in line with what the audience wants to see. Let us now focus on humanitarian action. I would like to share a quote with you to bring this into the picture. In the context of our studies and surveys, one representative of a Western European country who himself is a humanitarian director, he has not to do. He declared to be confused. For only 3 months, you have been working on this. What about the multiplicity of actors? Well, it's a steep learning curve to see all those people fluttering around. Well, I must say, yes, it must be on our minds. I do not know whether the state secretary has stated something on this. We must strengthen our visibility and our common approach. Well, as such, you cannot object to many people joining forces for a good purpose. And this quote flashes it out. We are not good at presenting a unified position to the outside world, Germany and the other countries. We want to become more visible, and we want to increase understanding. Diversity is rather a strength than a weakness, but we must work together for one common goal. And we should also present ourselves in a unified approach. Anything that could be improved here in Germany in the cooperation with other actors, as I stated, well, there is always room for more, and it's good to have more, to provide more. And we are working in the context of this Nexus debate to interconnect the players in a better way. We have several fora where we can convene, where we can also exchange our views. I think it is important to strengthen these fora so as to hammer out a common understanding. In humanitarian aid, you have so many conceptual and also strategic considerations where we need so many hands helping on board, amongst them also you, to develop and further strengthen those concepts. But in our everyday routine, we are interconnected very well with so many actors. We are thinking together about the best possible way for us in the same context. Very briefly on the context of international coordination, before bringing in the colleagues, And before we can also come back to anything that has been brought up, we were talking about the huge joy about better coordination in Ukraine crisis. There was a very high degree of coordination. At the same time, coordination of humanitarian policies amongst Europeans. Well, quite often the observers complain about deficits at the EU level. Well, it's a good thing to have an exchange of information in the QR. It is good to have this group of friends, WhatsApp groups, but does it really go beyond information sharing? Does it go as far as to coordinate efforts, let alone common action of like-minded governments? Well, due to this Zeitenwende that has been debated quite a lot under security policy aspects, but would the humanitarian actors also have a prevailing mood? We need to bring this forward together. But how can this succeed if you do not have a better coordinated approach? Do you see any shortcomings on the part of the government? Well, during the last year, we expanded substantially our exchange of views and opinions, strategic cooperation with so many like-minded. We implemented it also for the further development of conceptual approaches in humanitarian aid. Let me think about it. I think it was 2 weeks ago we had strategic consultations with the Scandinavian Nordic countries. We need to stretch this further out. QAPA, yes, we do have formats for exchange with the EU. I am in regular contact with Mr. Köhler of ECHO and my colleagues as well. But I think we could hammer out something more concrete. It should then lead to more concrete project situations, and we can break it down. Well, so I'm very much on your side. Talking about internationally, well, we benefited from the G7 presidency to highlight this topic, to discuss it more thoroughly. There was a dedicated working group on humanitarian. We tried to play it out. Predictive humanitarian aid is one of the issues, but also procedure and coordinated action in the food crisis. Mine clearance also has been debated extensively in the Common Council. We had permanent, formal and informal coordination rounds in Geneva and New York. Even WhatsApp is possible every now and then. As an international community in the concrete situations, yes, you are absolutely right. We can work to improve.
I would like to move now in the first place to Gareth in Geneva. I hope you can hear and see us.
I can indeed, thank you.
Many thanks for joining us. I hope we can hear you, but let's give it a try. Gareth, you are well positioned to talk about humanitarian coordination. For a start, your background has been as a country director in a couple of humanitarian crises, which have been watershed moments for humanitarian reform and affairs. Haiti earthquake, tsunami, where discussion about the lack of coordination has been really high on the agenda, and a couple of attempts to reform the system have followed after these crises. And now you're for almost 10 years, I believe, in Geneva at the hub of humanitarian coordination, or the attempt to achieve it on the various levels between the various actors. As executive secretary of the steering committee of, let me check, to do this really right, SCHR, the Steering Committee on Humanitarian Response. You represent 9 major agencies, including Caritas, CARE, the Red Crescent Movement, etc., and can speak on their behalf. If you look into the issue of humanitarian coordination, for example, in the interagency committee in Geneva and beyond, in the Grand Bargain you're engaged in, what's your take? Has there been a lesson learned, and what do we need to learn maybe from the current crisis and what follows Ukraine? Over to you.
Absolutely, thank you. And just if you could give me a hands up just to confirm you can hear me okay.
Yeah,
Great.
perfect.
Brilliant. So yes, so having heard from Dika on governmental coordination, I would like to talk a little bit about the humanitarian coordination in, as the quote you shared said, all its complexity and how it's working at the moment. But I'd also like to expand it a little to how we can shift that policy framing to address the kind of radical change that this conference is looking for. So as the introduction noted, as the SCHR Secretary, I'm really engaged in a lot of those forums. I'm SCHR's representative at the Interagency Standing Committee. I sit on the Emergency Directors Group. I sit on the Operational Policy and Advocacy Group. I also sat for 2 years on the Grand Bargain Facilitation Group, and I also regularly join a subcommittee of the OECD DAC. So I'm perhaps uniquely positioned to talk to these issues. And currently my sense is that for good reasons, due to overstretch, due to overload and prioritization, interagency coordination between the humanitarian agencies, let alone coordination between the different constituencies like the local actors, the donors, the UN and the NGOs, it's in a bit of a reductionist phase. We're kind of reducing our ambition. My sense is that we're struggling to find the ideas and the energy and the enthusiasm that we saw after the World Humanitarian Summit. And on one level, this seems like a sensible strategy, right? When we're struggling to prevent perhaps hundreds of thousands of deaths in the Horn of Africa, in places like Myanmar and Afghanistan, investing in policy discussions and coordination can seem a poor, maybe even an inappropriate investment, particularly when frontline colleagues say they struggle to read the resulting policy anyway. So you can understand why people feel it's sometimes better to invest in the nuts and bolts of humanitarian response. And I think we're seeing this in most of the major policy forums that I engage in. We're seeing an emphasis on short-term concrete outcomes that have direct applicability, and we see time-limited structures like the current ISC task forces, which they're planned to expire in just 13 months, as if we're going to solve accountability or humanitarian access in such a short time scale. And it was interesting at the Grand Bargain, we had a clear call for leadership in last year's annual report that was published in June. Yet on a key call I was on Monday, none of the biggest UN agencies spoke about how they were implementing their Grand Bargain commitments. And we had a call with donors as part of the participation workstream recently, and there was real reluctance to invest heavily in these structures. And I think there's a real risk in these approaches, in this stepping back. And I think that actually these meetings have a huge value in themselves, because without those regular discussions about our day-to-day work and the established relationships that you build through those discussions, it's very hard to understand the dynamics even within the sector, and even harder to then connect those dynamics, those humanitarian coordination dynamics, with the dynamics outside the sector. For example, as we just heard, within governments and between nation states. So to have those difficult conversations, we need familiarity with the different mandates of different organizations. We need that understanding and we need the trust. Otherwise, we're likely to end up with the wrong solutions. You're likely to misunderstand each other's analysis or proposed solutions. And that means we miss those big opportunities for the kind of big shifts that this conference is seeking. I think that's in a context as well where humanitarian needs are escalating, and they're likely to escalate further as well. Countries such as Sri Lanka and Lebanon, which were safely off the humanitarian agenda, are now back on. And there are many big middle-income states who could follow, dramatically increasing our humanitarian caseload. At the start of this year, we were struggling with the level of humanitarian demand. And that was before the invasion of Ukraine. That's a whole additional caseload on top of what we were already dealing with. So the danger is that we're not investing sufficiently in these big game-changing ideas that might enable us to get ahead of these challenges. And that's just within the sector. So I think to wrap up, one of the things I want to come back to is why it's really important that we develop policy solutions with those outside the sector, if we're going to have any hope of that kind of big picture sea change. And I'm not talking here about the private sector, I'm talking about government, what we just heard about, the media and private citizens. And I think part of the problem is that we're too focused on our own work. The Grand Bargain focuses almost entirely on how humanitarians work. It's the same with the ISC. We don't talk enough about how we as humanitarians mobilize the political, the economic, the diplomatic and the security agendas of our societies. And we know that if you put a humanitarian agenda up against a political one, it loses. It's the same with economic, it's the same with diplomatic, it's the same with security agendas. Humanitarian always comes out as a nice to have rather than an essential. And I think one of the things we've seen is that the world can really ignore large-scale humanitarian disasters. We've seen it in Ethiopia, we've seen it largely in Somalia, we've seen it in Syria, we've seen it in Afghanistan. When was the last time we saw Syria on the news? So for the kind of sea changes conference is seeking, we really need to get beyond our internal discussions and engage more with wider society. And in particular, we need to trump the economic agenda. This idea that after COVID in Ukraine, there's simply not the resources to address the scale of humanitarian needs. And that needs...
Gareth, let me quickly jump in because you mentioned a really... Sorry for interrupting. Just to come back to the point you made in the beginning for this first round, humanitarian coordination so far is pretty short-term driven and not really following long-term objectives and not really strategic as you see it on the Geneva level, if I got you right. If you would need to analyze why is this the case? I mean, is it just a lack of effort? Is it just an oversight, or aren't there interest coming into play if you talk about governments in the first place, national interest versus long-term common goods? Isn't that an issue which you need to deal with on the Geneva level, for example?
Well, so I think it's two things. It's one is that there's this challenge of overload. The other is this challenge of how do we get beyond the humanitarian to those bigger picture discussions about the political, about the security, about the economic. And that's where we have to be joined up on what we're saying as humanitarian, but also pushing it outside of our comfort zone, outside of our humanitarian sphere, into the kind of different government ministries that we just heard about. How do you make a security ministry, a defense ministry care about humanitarian and get it beyond? I mentioned that humanitarian often seems to be a nice to have rather than essential. And how do we push that into the essential category? So, for example, a few of our big conversations, localization. If we're talking about localization as a way to improve the efficiency of humanitarian, it's always going to be quite marginal to our colleagues in defense ministries, in finance ministries, in chancelleries. If we can talk about that as a way to build stable, enriching societies that we can engage with on a trade level, on a tourism level. And tourism is an interesting one. In humanitarian terms, there's a huge premium on, if you look at the tsunami response, if you look at the Nepal earthquake, we get lots more engagement, lots more support for disasters that happen in places where people have visited, where citizens of Europe have visited, been on holiday. That's the kind of connection that makes people really care. And we're not making those connections, which is why it's left as a nice to have.
Many thanks, Gareth. Ms. Potzel, maybe quickly taking one point Gareth has raised. How do we get beyond the humanitarian bubble? How do we create a narrative which highlights that? Even in the German debate, some people say, well, if we touched on the national security strategy developed right now in the Foreign Office, many see it as focusing on the humanitarian and human security dimension, very limited. Or even if we talk about COP and climate change, that the humanitarian dimension in it is internationally pretty much ignored. Is that your take as well? You mentioned you have been at COP. Is that an issue where we need to look much better into to get humanitarian issues beyond our bubble for better coordination of the policies?
Well, I think it's always good to talk about the issue, no doubt about it. But then on the other hand, I don't have the impression that this is only a nice to have. I mean, if you look at the debates that we just had on the German budget, for instance, Parliament was extremely supportive, and parliamentarians feel that this is an important issue to put money where our mouth is. And so next year, again, we will have a very good budget for humanitarian assistance. Of course, there can always be more, but this year, I'm sure Susanne Baumann, the State Secretary, said that this morning, this year, we got 3.2 billion, making us the second biggest donor in the world. And next year, we are starting off with 2.7 billion. So there is huge support, and this support goes sort of, or is rooted in a deep understanding that it is important to tackle these issues and to invest into humanitarian assistance. And also when I travel abroad, I don't have that feeling that people just see it as, like a side issue or something, but that a lot of effort is put in. And when it was just said that there is a lack of enthusiasm, I mean, for the people I work with, I can say there's a lot of enthusiasm for the issues, a lot of energy that is put into their daily work. And I feel that it is like also the same in the people I talk with internationally. But yes, for the general public, it is always helpful to tell a good story in the sense, good story in terms of, I mean, we're mainly talking very sad stories, but to tell what people are doing and to bring people into that conversation, that is most certainly very helpful. Although I figure in today's world, it is also very difficult to get through with your points because there's so much information out there. But yeah, it's worth trying, definitely.
We keep coming back to the budget, but maybe we do it for one more minute. We had a discussion as well, a bit putting into context that it's good news that the Parliament redrafted the budget last minute and reestablished what's been put on the table initially for this year. At the same time, in the German context, if we talk about Zeitenwende, etc., we have the 100 billion for the German army modernization. We have the 200 billion for easing the inflation burden, etc., for all of us, because we have to pay higher heating costs. So it sounds a bit like, well, it's a nitty-gritty to discuss that last minute we reestablish a budget versus really let it mirror a humanitarian awakening that we are really in new times, that climate change will raise needs, that Ukraine crisis has globally raised needs. Is that enough? Of course, Germany is the leading one on international terms, but overall, if you put it into the Zeitenwende context in Germany, is it enough?
First of all, I wouldn't say that we kind of last minute got a decent budget, but I mean, we started off in the debates with like 2 billion, which was already much more than in 2020 or 2021 even. So I think it's a convincing budget, I feel. Also, as we said, if you compare it internationally. But we also know that the needs are much bigger. And what I feel is really important, and that's something that we will be trying to push, or we will be pushing rather, not only trying, but we will be pushing, is to broaden the donor base internationally, because we can't handle it all ourselves or with like the 3 donors that are giving 60% of the international humanitarian budget. But we need to bring others into that conversation, and not only in terms of financing, but indeed also into the conceptual debate. It's difficult. It's been tried before, but we need private sector. We need other countries, of course, philanthropy. So we need a lot more sort of actors from civil society also to get engaged and to help us meet the needs of people in dire crisis situations.
Many thanks. A German parliamentarian lately reiterated the one-to-one proportion that defense spending and humanitarian spending should rise on the same levels under the new government, and everybody got the dollar sign in their eyes. So let's see how that will play out in the midterm. Ed, let's move to a topic which goes a bit beyond governments we like to talk so much about and complain about, and also look a bit into other humanitarian actors. At Schenkenberg, you are the director of HERE, a think tank in Geneva with a strong focus on humanitarian coordination. 2 weeks ago, we co-hosted an event on humanitarian leadership with a couple of think tanks and a couple of humanitarian actors in Berlin. And there has been one interesting common thread, a bit going along the line as a leadership issue, that we have a conflict between individual agency and organizational interest and humanitarian common goods. And this is a major obstacle for advocacy, for humanitarian reform, for humanitarian change. You shared a paper on that one. Why is that such a key issue?
Is it working? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Rolf. Thanks really for that. Yeah, very interesting debate about 2 weeks ago, precisely on the topic you mentioned. Let me just say, actually, so quite rightly, you mentioned that recently my organization has done a lot of work on humanitarian coordination. Statement we continuously hear is that, well, everybody, it's sort of a popular saying, right? Everybody wants to be wants coordination, but nobody wants to be coordinated. Actually, I think that statement misses the point, which is precisely around leadership. Participating in humanitarian coordination is on a voluntary basis. Often, indeed, agencies do participate there because of the money. There's money involved, certainly in relation to the pooled funds and so on. But the point is precisely that what we have seen is that agencies do come to the table to particularly promote, and it's understandable in a way. They come to the table to promote their issue. So WFP calls it the food crisis. UNHCR calls it the displacement crisis. UNICEF probably a wash or education crisis. WHO a health crisis. And I could go on. And in a way, they're all, you could say it's all of the above, right? But then indeed, and we're approaching Christmas, so I think this is a good metaphor, but it sort of then becomes a Christmas tree, humanitarian coordination. This is exactly something we have seen with the Grand Bargain, by the way. Everybody starts to put their priority onto the tree. And at the end, you wonder really, what are we seeing now? And that, I think, is interesting to hear in that sense. Gareth saying, actually, the way I understood him is sort of, maybe there's kind of more now an idea we should focus more, we should perhaps reduce a little bit our ambitions. I think that's a very interesting thought, because clearly, in my view, we did get ahead of ourselves. And I think Gareth referred to that when he particularly mentioned the World Humanitarian Summit and all the commitments that came with it. The good news, you could say, certainly if I also listen to Dijke Potzel, on the humanitarian side, we have the mechanisms, and Gareth has already mentioned quite a number of them. There's no lack of those, but we are relatively well organized compared to other sectors as such. But as I said, we have three, I think, particular issues. One is exactly this mandate-drivenness, rather than ensuring that coordination is context-based, contextualized, linked to the context. Put something in place that is relevant rather than coming with prefab structures, 12 clusters all at the same time, because those are our mandates. That's one. Second, I already mentioned leadership. This is not command and control, but leadership particularly is what we all bring to the table, based on what we see, but then also recognizing, in fact, we're working here for the collective as such. And that is particularly goes very much to your question, where the problem comes in. Because too often agencies come with their particular perspective. It's kind of understandable in the way the system is organized, and particularly where the incentives come from. much of it is money related, but it is a problem such that there's insufficient recognition of why we are here collectively. So to speak.
Okay.
And thirdly, if I may, the last point, I think also Gareth pointed a little bit to it. The question around, particularly the theme of these 2 days, the question of a Zeitenwende, particularly thinking of the role and importance of local actors who obviously should drive coordination, should be the leaders and so on. I mean, I haven't heard it yet, and it's quite interesting. I don't know who of you is aware of the state of the report, the State of the Humanitarian System. It's buried on page 58, quite deep in the report. You don't find it in the executive summary. 47% of all funding goes to 3 organizations: UNICEF, UNHCR, and WFP.
Okay.
I mean, that says enough where we are in terms of localization, not very far.
Many thanks, Ed. Gareth, if you wish a quick reaction to what Ed said, probably he named a couple of UN agencies. We could probably name a couple of INGOs and the big 5. Could you quickly comment on to which extent do you see an issue in individual agency overriding common objectives also in the civil society arena?
It is a challenge. I would say that for example, the cluster system is much more designed about modules you can deploy. I think the challenge is that what we need is those kind of cross-sectoral responses that are integrated, and that doesn't fit so well with the kind of mandates that the UN's been given and the individual UN agencies have been given. I absolutely agree with Ed's point on leadership. And I shared this with you earlier on. A key challenge is that everyone says they want to be leaders, but when you present them with a challenging idea, they generally ask who's already doing it, which is not leadership, right? So I think that's also key. But I think also, unless we can make that connection between what we're doing to wider society, we'll really struggle. And one way we've done that, for example, is with cash. So cash is great because it's flexible, but also the effort to connect cash programs to wider social safety nets. That then plugs our humanitarian conversation into a wider societal conversation. And I think that's where things get interesting and where we can get ahead of this huge humanitarian need. And that's the kind of area where I think we might get the shift. Yeah, and thanks, Rolf, for highlighting the financial disparities, because I do think we need to be plugged into those bigger dimensions of politics and of economics and beyond just our dealing with those in most acute needs, if we're going to make it relevant to the wider societies that fund this effort.
Many thanks, Gareth. Wir haben den Übersetzern eine Chance gegeben, ein bisschen zu pausieren.
We did give a chance to the translators to have a little break. I think that helped. Now I would pass to Sanja Hövelmann, which you heard already this morning. She's a research fellow for AMCHA, and she dealt intensively with the Grand Bargain and the example how a coordinated approach could work, or how it could work in a limited way. I think that is what Grand Bargain stands for as an example, and the players in this reform process, for all who are not aware of all the details, they are trying to use several caucuses to push forward some decisive reforms, especially better funding. Germany plays a major role in that process, but also there are a lot of major European actors. So what are the lessons learned from your analysis on grand bargaining? What could be improved, for example, on the German side?
Because I prepared all my notes in English, and it'll be more difficult to switch. Yeah, I think it really depends on what kind of viewpoint you take in this discussion, whether you think we should think more long-term or whether we should reduce the ambition. And I think this is also relevant for the Grand Bargain, because there's very different expectations to what this process can actually achieve. So on the one side, we have this view of a system-wide transformation that's putting local actors and affected populations in the driver's seat, and we certainly do not see this happening with the Grand Bargain, at least not to date. if you have the expectation of a bettering of the status quo, I think, yes, the grand bargain is delivering more on that. We see more quality funding. We see an improvement on cash coordination. We also see that local actors are at the table and have a say. So I think it really depends on your ambition or expectation on this. You asked sort of a question regarding the role of civil society as well. And I think here, again, the grand bargain, whether you see it as a blessing or a curse, is also from the way it's structured. It's a reform from the sector for the sector. So, of course, individual agency and individual interests play a role within this agreed framework of enabling priorities and so on. But of course, there's leverage for individual interests to be moved. I think compared to the first iteration of the grand bargain, we see that maybe within the grand bargain 2.0, this was actually more the case because just of the structure, the way the grand bargain 2.0 was structured, I think the time was much more dense. We only had 2 years or have 2 years. We also had the structure of the caucuses, which had very few actors present. So I think just judging from the outcome documents, there was maybe more room or scope for individual agency versus collective approach. I think this becomes obvious when you see at whose caucus finished first. So cash and quality funding were the first to close, localization came third. There was no caucus on the participation of affected populations. The percentage of funding going to local actors dropped during the first year of the grand bargain 2.0. So, yeah, I think that sort of shows that vital interests took a front seat, which were maybe more perpetuated by Northern or the established actors. But yeah, again, as I said, it depends on the type of ambition that you have for the reform process, because in the end, it's also a forum where a variety of actors speak eye to eye, and we don't have the same set of actors in the IASC. We also don't have this within the Good Humanitarian Donorship Group. So to me, yeah, it remains a vital process.
Maybe following up quickly on the issue of coordination by Germany. Germany has a very prominent role in the Grand Bargain, and much appreciated that they have taken part in the facilitation group since more or less the beginning. How would you judge on how the play has been done by the German government? Which role did it play? What has been an obstacle in terms of engagement and moving issues within the Grand Bargain with other actors?
Sure. Yeah, I think if we look at the Grand Bargain, we clearly see a development of Germany as a humanitarian actor, so which may be exemplary also for a broader development. I think Ralph and I, we presented on some of the survey findings, which show some development. But yeah, one interviewee told me that from her point of view, probably Germany would not have been asked to join the facilitation group back when the Grand Bargain was set up. In 2021, they did join, maybe hesitantly. It at least took them 6 months to decide on this. But yeah, now they're there. Yeah, what I hear, they do so with commitment as well in the forums. They facilitated a retreat in May among the members of the facilitation group, set up a program, and they managed a lot of communications with the constituents. But yeah, maybe apart from that, they did not initiate or join a caucus. And judging from the interviews that I had, stakeholders engaged in the Grand Bargain thought that Germany is taking more of a moderating role in this, bringing forward processes to keep the Grand Bargain moving. And I mean, this is very vital, very important. But to other stakeholders, it wasn't so clear which priorities Germany sets within this agreed framework. And yeah, from my research, I think the quality funding caucus would have been an obvious choice, given that 2/3 of the German budget are spent multi-annually. but instead they joined the intermediary caucus belatedly, even though their funding practice does not really suggest a very ambitious localization agenda, given that most of their share is going through intermediaries. And I think we heard Hibak Kalfan this morning also on US aid and their negotiations on direct funding to local actors. I think given the limited resources maybe that Germany has staff-wise, I think there's still significant leverage that they could use. And I think this morning in the first panel, a few were mentioned already. I think Germany could be a bit more punchy on ensuring that funding partners, including UN, downstream administrative costs to their local partners, and make this also a standard agreement in, let's say, UN funding appeals, and also make sure that quality funding is downstreamed along the line. We heard this also from Mr. Köhler today, that it's not stuck in the first intermediary and then not passed along the chain. And yeah, to me, or my analysis, I think that given the significant funding that Germany contributes to the humanitarian system, these two angles would have significant leverage to improve the humanitarian system.
Many thanks, Sonja. Ms. Purcell, maybe we stick to the English now, if that's okay. In a nutshell, what we shared this afternoon about our research on the German progress on the policy side, but what was also part of the Grand Bargain analysis is much appreciation indeed for Germany being very good in processes now, very well facilitating, having a lot of credibility to do so, but still missing more often than would have been appreciated the point to lead then on the policy side, to say, well, what do you want to achieve in these processes? Which reforms do you want to move? And for example, to engage more than in the core fora for that one, or beyond in other policy forums. A German colleague also told me it's really impressive that at this hub we are now everywhere, but I'm not totally sure what I want to shall achieve in all these fora now, and some more guidance would be helpful. Is that something you could?
Who was that?
Please, you will fix all that now, I know, but no, it's a key issue, is it?
But thank you very much for that question. I would like to sort of convey to you and the audience what I hear when I talk to people abroad and in international fora. There is a lot of appreciation for the German role, and they perceive us as indeed leading on many issues. Now, maybe they just want to be friendly, could be. So it's good that we talk also to other actors also in forums like these. But really people are on the one hand appreciating, on the other hand, indeed also saying we need you there. So go on, continue to do that. A lot of appreciation for our role in the Grand Bargain, expectations high on us pushing on issues like localization, of course, on flexible funding. Now, we feel that we first of all also want to convince by our own model. So we've spent more than 40% this year on flexible funding. We have invested nearly 3. Next year, we want to spend at least 5% of our budget for anticipatory action. So leading by example kind of thing is something that we are also trying to do. We definitely want to keep the Grand Bargain alive. And we hope that this forum will continue to be a platform that brings together, as you said, quite exceptionally players and actors from all fields, and to use it really as a forum for strategic and conceptual debate. We hope that we will manage to do that, but there is also here and there a doubt also in the international organization. So we keep talking about this to them. A lot of positive sort of feedback there. So again, as we said before, yes, more can be done, but we are trying. We are honestly trying with a lot of effort. And I think our sort of result sheet is not too bad. And I'm very glad that you also said that it's that it remains a vital tool, the Grand Bargain. And so I will promise that I can promise that we will keep pushing for it to remain alive and to kind of up to speed and up to date with the debates that are necessary.
Many thanks. In a few minutes, we will bring in the audience from the chat and from the floor. Before coming back to Ed in 2 minutes, and Gareth, if you could mirror a bit your Geneva experience, we heard pretty much there is really a push for, could there be even more leadership and more coordination by the Germans? Which is not always a given that people in Europe say that. What's your take? Is this something which could be useful, and should Germany change maybe its approach more from processes to policies, or is that a misperception?
No, I'd say absolutely. I think a couple of key points. One is that the Grand Bargain 2.0 was deliberately designed to address the politics, both the kind of politics between different agencies and different agendas that Ed highlighted, but also the politics between how we kind of connect the Grand Bargain to the wider humanitarian and the wider kind of endeavor of society. And I think one of the things that's been really interesting, and I think was a super smart move by someone, was putting the Grand Bargain into the coalition agreement, because that also kind of connected it to that wider political sphere in Germany. And I think that's been really exciting to see. And that's the kind of action that we can see being very useful in other countries as well, in terms of, you know, how do we engage those different actors? And part of it is around kind of connecting it with those other agendas. I think that's really, really important if we're to get the kind of scale that the problem demands and make it relevant to taxpayers, to media, to others, to make those connections. But yes, so the leadership's definitely needed, and also the challenging leadership. So being unafraid to say that actually this big agency isn't delivering, or this big INGO isn't delivering, and we expect more. I know that often, you know, traditionally Germany's been uncomfortable doing that, but there's partnerships to help do that as well. So I think we can see those kind of political pushes that will drive the changes that we're looking for, both across the system and in the way the system connects with wider society.
Mm. Many thanks, Gareth. Maybe for sharing a final perspective, which we haven't touched on yet before we integrate anything from the floor. We keep talking a lot about coordination in Geneva, in the capitals, in Europe, a pretty northern debate so far. A lot of coordination is taking place, or should take place, actually where the affected populations live, where the agencies live, who do the local job, etc. For example, in Ukraine, where we hear a lot about a lack of coordination, a lack of integration of local actors, etc. And it tells us a story about the many crises before and which are still ongoing. If we take the coordination in this sense of the practitioners itself, the cluster approach has been established after the tsunami. It's a lot of criticism about it. You have looked into this as well and came up with a couple of ideas how this could be changed and what might need further analysis. In which way? What are you thinking of? Which direction are you having in mind?
I'm going to answer that question.
And now you complain about the Grand Bargain before.
Well, there's one point I'd like to put on. Particularly, I don't underestimate or don't undervalue the contribution of Germany, and for that matter, of all those who participated in the Grand Bargain. But I suppose from all the people here, I'm a little less positive on it. Precisely because of this issue, it didn't address the incentives. If you're working in UNHCR, if you're working in WFP or UNICEF, you get rewarded for what you do for the organization. UNHCR's internal, is there anyone from UNHCR? I mean, its internal planning does not even align with the collective refugee response plan. The metrics are different, so it doesn't even match as such. So this is how individual agency performance and collective working collectively, they don't add up, they don't match at the moment. And I haven't heard that discussion sufficiently in the Grand Bargain as such. And it really pushes me to say, the incentive structure, I think, is really something that requires a much more honest and frank dialogue between the donors and the agencies. Now, as to your question, because actually that is there is Gareth referred to the Interagency Standing Committee. At the country level, the mirror of that is the Humanitarian Country Team. And yes, there are local NGOs now at the Humanitarian Country Team. Well, they're also at the Geneva level in the Interagency Standing Committee. They're also in the clusters and so on. What is interesting, though, and again, it goes back to, you know, the incentives and the accountability, which are closely linked, of course. Let's take WFP, always a favorite topic of mine. The WFP country director in Nigeria reports to the regional bureau in Dakar. That one is not plugged into that Interagency Standing Committee Humanitarian Country Team structure. You know, it looks at indeed what did the country director exactly do for WFP. And I could tell much more, but I won't go there now. But what it also means, what I also want to say there is really that, you know, clearly, not all of, if I take Nigeria, particularly where I've looked at WFP, not all of Nigeria, I mean, the Northeast and certainly also Northwest, North Central, those are really the crisis areas, but there are other parts that obviously are much more stable. So how can you ensure that you contextualize the coordination structures much more to those specific crises? Same for DR Congo, same for other crises. So the question I think the system needs to look at is, you know, does it have flexibility to set up the structures that are much more contextualized to that specific crisis? Ukraine would be a very good example. And then particularly also in how, I mean, the problem at the moment is, and we know this from talking to local NGOs, they feel foreigners in their own country. I mean, even if they speak English within these forums, there's a jargon that's spoken, you know, technical terminology and so on. I mean, that is foreign to them. So what we have seen is, in fact, the clusters that we have looked at and that work much better, actually, it's, you know, so a clear example was an education cluster, which was run because, in fact, it's the education cluster, like many, but particularly education clusters, supposed to be co-led, co-leadership between UNICEF and an NGO. UNICEF wasn't there because they hadn't filled the position, so it was in fact filled by an NGO, which turned out to be a local NGO. And suddenly there were much more local NGOs participating in that body. Well, clearly that you know points to a certain lesson. And the way forward, I think, is much more indeed how can we ensure that those structures are fit actually to what exists locally. What it does then, of course, raise, and I'm not underestimating the complexity, is the question of accountability. The cluster system, since 2005, particularly brought a certain degree, at least in theory, of accountability, in the sense that these agencies, UN agencies that are supposed to lead these clusters, can also be held to account. Whether they are is another question, but at least that exists on paper, so to speak. Happens in certain situations, doesn't happen in others. The question is, I mean, accountability of local actors, absolutely, but they feel accountability particularly to national governments. And what if these national governments are part of the problem? What does that mean? And that and I think this was what Herr Köhler pointed to earlier today, specifically on the localization agenda and conversation. I think we really need to be very context specific and therefore nuanced also. Where can it work and where is it perhaps less feasible?
So it is looking into the concept of area-based coordination, where you have some hopes that this could fly. You keep naming UN agencies while you have been the executive director of ICWA, the NGO network in Geneva, which might not everybody know. Is it an UN issue only, or do we talk about NGOs as well?
Well, I'm a strong believer, certainly also because of my earlier work, exactly in the notion, for instance, of co-leadership. Exactly between UN agency, which has a formal mandate, compared to an NGO, which of course is self-imposed in that sense or self-given. What we have seen actually is that its notion or concept of co-leadership is very poorly understood. First of all, because coordination has become very mechanical. That was very much also a theme we discussed about 2 weeks ago. It's driven by process, the humanitarian program cycle and everything that comes with it. It leads OCHA now to say, let's make coordination lighter. Sorry, they were there in the first place actually creating the humanitarian program cycle. So that is an interesting one. But what it also then, in that sense, means is exactly that we need to focus much more on sharing leadership, which is something else than just dividing the labor in terms of coordination tasks, following a certain templates and so on. I mean, what does sharing leadership mean and how do you do that? And what we have seen actually is that in certain situations has worked where there's a more honest sort of equal, I mean, and that is what I liked, especially also earlier this afternoon, where the principle of solidarity was very much put in that context. It's not just, obviously there is solidarity, particularly with the people affected by the crisis, but solidarity was also particularly mentioned in the sense of, you know, the relationship between the large agencies and of course NGOs, and specifically local NGOs, you know, making sure that indeed they don't feel they're no longer foreigners in their own country, that they do feel, you know, empowered and can play a leadership role and all of that. And again, you know, I mean, I think it's a sign of leadership to actually empower other leaders, so to speak. So that's exactly, I think, what UN agencies should be doing. Too often, as we know, it's still a very contractual relationship.
Mm-hmm. All right. Many thanks. If there is any question from the floor, please raise your hand. Then we would start with the floor. Caio and everybody along this row. So maybe Caio can start.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I think it's okay.
Yeah, all right, good. Because, right. Caio Orellana, I work as a representative for the organization HELP from Germany, who's the German organization from Bonn. Regarding the German leadership role, so I think, or actually regarding coordination, I think the coordination of operational questions that implementers are facing day to day is a very different thing from the coordination mechanisms that the German government is involved in, whatever policy or advocacy discussions. So I think the mix-up is a little bit problematic because it's actually two different fields of work. But what I'm actually requesting from the German government, and this is where we come back to the very initial point that Mrs. Potzer made at the very start, was when it comes to the government policy coherence of the different branches that the government is actually representing and using for different mechanisms. So, for example, I think we all, if we are talking about anticipatory action and we don't want to stay in the silos, we need to go more into the direction to prevent or decrease the impact of humanitarian situations or new upcoming political crises and all these different questions. And I think this is where we need the German government more in the role. It's not necessary, because the thing is, when it comes to operational challenges, we got you, okay? We, the implementers, we actually have the solutions, and you know yourself that you, in your capacity and your manpower and your knowledge, you do not have the humanitarian tools because you're not an implementer. Where we need you is, for example, cases like using the hard power that you can technically have, for example, in cases like Turkey, where we have 3 different examples of massive international law breach with military interventions in Syria and in different places, that is actually causing humanitarian suffering, despite the fact that these regions were relatively stable for some time. The other thing is the protection of humanitarian space, for example, sea rescue, yeah, where you will have to go out of your way to only go the multilateral way until you ask everybody. France, Italy, everybody has to agree before Germany is actually going away. That could be in whatever way controversial, despite the fact that this is generating human suffering. So I think the point is that Germany's leadership role is requested in a way where Germany will have to go to some extent in own controversial way against the interests sometimes of other allies or neighbors or whatever, for the sake of protecting people. That's the point.
Many thanks, Koana.
Yeah, my name is Koana Keiler. I'm an independent consultant, and I would like to talk about cash. Because I think cash is the topic that links coordination, that links grand bargain, that links incentive structure, and the absence of leadership. Yes, the Grand Bargain 2.0 has found a new coordination model. Actors in Ukraine are already confirming that it hasn't changed any of the political discussions. It hasn't addressed the incentives question. It hasn't improved. We see 4 or 5 different parallel cash delivery mechanisms. And there's no one to be seen who could has the courage and the political leverage to address it. And Unfortunately, I'm also one of those who is slightly less positive about the German situation, I'm afraid. And taking the example of cash, the Foreign Office has had 4 cash focal points in 2.5 years. That's not a way you can be a thought leader on such an important topic that has all the power to disrupt the system. But it's in no one's hand. That's also one of the effects, I think, of the Brits disappearing, so the UK disappearing, which has been for many, many years the thought leader on cash. And I see a void there, a policy void, a void of using that tool, even though we keep saying cash is the disruptor and cash can be the driver for change. But we are changing, we are addressing it in processes, but we are not addressing it effectively and actually lead to, because if we were using most of the money based on multi-purpose in the form of multi-purpose cash assistance based on multi-sectoral needs assessment, lots of the other questions that we have been discussing for the last hour would become obsolete. Thank you.
Many thanks. And the third one.
Patrick Hamadi from Umedica. I'm a policy advisor there. Mine will be a bit short. I think listening to this session and listening to the previous session, I would summarize it that we, the humanitarians, are in what one would call a post-midlife crisis. Why do I say that? I think there has been a bit of achievement. There have been quite a number of achievements if you look at the humanitarian number over the last 20 years. There are a number of things that it doesn't matter whether you're looking at the disaster risk reduction, so many things, that covenants that have been signed on. There's a bit of achievements. Building on those milestones, we are not doing very well. And I think here, that's where I see, and I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm cautiously optimistic about the role Germany is playing. The smiles you're getting because of the 3 billion that has been there and all that. Germany has to be very careful. What smiles am I getting? Are they smiles because we are a big player, or are they smiles because now there's money going in the pockets, as some people would put it? So I think the kind of dialogue that Germany should be engaged in, the kind of conversations Germany and the other players should be engaged in, needs to take cognizance of that. What do I also mean here? Because both at thematic levels, but also when I relate, there are also other global players that are not necessarily in the room. There is China that is not necessarily here, but they are the big, in terms of business with the South, that's a big area. So that is very important. Turkey has been mentioned, yeah. So in short, I think there's also a coordinative role that think tanks have to play in this. Great reminders, CHA and others, there's a role in which you have a big role, a firewall role to keep up this continuity. That's one thing I would say. And on localization, I come from Kenya. And one of the things about localization is good. All of us are talking about localization. Localization is not just localization on the funds that are coming from the West. It's also localization in terms of the revenues that are generated locally. That's a very important component that needs to be put into this whole equation. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much. I noted our homework. I'm happy that I don't need to touch on the midlife crisis. Heike Potzel, taking the example of cash, I'm not sure if you are happy to comment on that one, but cash has been raised many times as an example that coordination could be so much easier. It should be moved as a change of humanitarian programs. Is there a gap, for example, Germany should address much better?
Thank you very much. And let me first of all say, I always thought that like post-midlife crisis is actually quite a nice state. So like the crisis itself is probably more difficult. But anyways.
So where's Germany on that one?
Yeah, well, maybe we are still like, good, strong adults.
We heard teenagers this morning.
Really? Okay. That's too troublesome then. Anyways, on a more serious note, thank you very much for the questions and so also for the critical feedback. I very much appreciate it, and I'm very grateful to be here to talk about these issues. And it's good that we have this space that we can talk about it. On cash, I think it is indeed one topic that we need to put more prominently on the agenda. we feel that it is an important tool, but yes, it would most certainly be something that we would like to, talk more with our international partners and also with implementing bodies, with implementing organizations. So there's definitely something that we could do more. On the other hand, it was said then also in that question that Germany is not leading. Now, you mentioned, I think, staff or resource problems that we have. So we really need to focus on certain things, and we have been focusing, I think, on very important issues, as we mentioned, for instance, anticipatory action, which is very, very dear to our hearts. We were focusing on flexible funding and other issues. Localization was mentioned, but there are a few other that we are also putting on the spot. But we are also developing our policies, and when we tick one box, that means that we are also looking at what other boxes there that we want to tick next. So it's definitely something that we want to look into. You want me to?
Yeah, maybe on the one which has been straightforward to you, on the coherent stuff and on the engagement, much more on diplomacy, much more IHL, less so much micromanagement of programming. I understand the operational issues.
I think this is sort of at least two pillars or multiple pillars that we are looking at into this question when we are talking about this question. First of all, what we do in our directorate is really dealing with the humanitarian and stabilization issues, the money, but also the conceptual framework that we were talking about. Now, the other issues, they are obviously handled by our ministry, by others in the government, and of course, we are talking to these governments. We are talking to partners. We are talking also very critically on certain issues with countries all over the world when there is an issue. And sometimes you can read it in the paper. Very often you won't, because it's being talked about behind closed doors. And I can assure you that we make our points very clearly. We are also, like, when we talk humanitarian, I mean, the issue of humanitarian access is very often on the agenda also of our diplomatic talks when we talk to other governments. And that is part and parcel of what we do, of course. Our embassies are out there. They are constantly talking to their counterparts, to the government in the host country about these issues. I mean, that is the sort of the core and part and parcel of foreign policy. This is exactly what we are talking about. And the countries that you mentioned, of course, we are talking with Turkey about what is going on now. Of course we do.
Many thanks.
He's not happy with the answer.
You're not. But Caio, nobody can hear you online, so maybe you have a chance later on. Gareth, the point on where should donors actually engage in coordination terms and in coherence? Is it about operational issues, programming issues, and to which extent should it be much more about diplomacy and political issues to put in their weight in this arena? How would you comment on that?
Absolutely. So I completely agree with the point from Help. We do need that diplomatic weight, particularly on the tricky subjects like protection, like access. I guess the challenge that comes back to us, though, is how do we, to expect Germany to upset its allies, things like that, we'd need to kind of come back with a pretty compelling argument that links it to those Foreign Office policies, to an ambassador's policies in a particular challenge. And that's where I think we need to have those shared conversations. We need to be more creative about that, because just expecting them to do it because we say they should is unrealistic. It's how do we build that kind of shared narrative and as Ed said, incentives are important here. We need to work with those foreign policy specialists who'll say, well, you'll never get that, and say, well, but what if we did this? If we approached it from that angle, because these are kind of tricky discussions that we can't look at through just a humanitarian lens. So we've got to combine that humanitarian perspective with others. The other point on the cash question I thought was really good. It does need to be back on the agenda. I've heard as well that we've not got the results we want. And again, that's about connecting it to the Ukrainian government, about how do they see their safety nets working for their citizens. And again, so it's that connecting the humanitarian, and that's where states can really help out in terms of pushing those big, powerful actors within our sector, which include some of the biggest NGOs, as well as the UN agencies, and pushing those elephants in the room and saying, look, we need a change here. We need a different way of working. And they do need that nudge. As Ed said, often the incentives are internal, and they need that push from those with the money and the power to actually make those serious changes.
Many thanks, Gareth. Ed, would you like to comment also on this issue of should donor governments focus more on the political context, on the diplomacy side?
I'll pick up both. I'll also pick up, actually start with the cash coordination, because clearly, Gareth, I'm not sure you mentioned it, but in fact, the Interagency Standing Committee agreed on some sort of process. I mean, cash did not fit, was not a cluster, right? I mean, the clusters are the silos, and cash clearly cuts across, so to speak. So they came up with a different arrangement, which reminded me much more of what used to be the response to IDPs, internally displaced persons, years ago, the collaborative approach. I mean, whoever is best placed, it still leaves some kind of competition on the table, but at least there's a convener, OCHA, that brings the agencies, and based it sort of then links to the context, whoever is best placed particularly, and on what, what's your comparative or competitive advantage, so to speak. What is interesting then is particularly the accountability question, because obviously we all agree on the very positive effects or parts of cash, but there are also really serious questions in relation to cash and the use of cash. And so one that I came particularly across is the relation to protection, actually. And there, because we see there is of course a link between protection in the humanitarian domain and what is called social protection. So where does it get sensitive? It gets sensitive when governments who are particularly involved in the conflict in their country, so non-international armed conflict, demand beneficiary lists of organizations. Because those lists contain data, personal data, which you don't necessarily want to share with those authorities. Yet we need to find a way to include them, these people, into social safety nets. So at which point do you do that? When does a government become more your companion than they were perhaps before? At which stage in a transition process, so to speak, moving from a conflict to a more stable situation? I mean, those are really difficult questions, and there are huge accountability issues there in terms of, how you take decisions as organizations. And again, so what I'm saying is there is a need to explain your decision-making as an organization in a coordination body, because that's where you have to share your considerations and where the dialogue needs to happen. What we see way too less or not enough, so to speak, is coordination actually, so overlooking humanitarian principles, overlooking protection, overlooking accountability to affected people. It's about funding, it's about who does what. Instead, it should focus much more on the values and principles underpinning humanitarian action. That was one that I want really to get off my chest.
Only a very quick final one, please.
On the other one, it's interesting because I think the donors really have a role to engage with agencies precisely on what is it that we're trying to achieve from a humanitarian point of view, so to speak, because we sort of assume we're in the coordination room for the same reason. And I think that assumption needs to be tested, because I can tell there's serious differences in terms of our considerations for being there. That is their role as donors. Interestingly, donors are not just donors, they're also governments. Their role as government precisely to engage on IHL and to bring that into the political domain, Security Council or elsewhere. So there is, for me, a separation also between the role of a donor and the role of a government.
For the sake of IHL, international humanitarian law. Sonja, I'm not sure which point you would like to comment on. Corinna indirectly touched also on the issue of staffing. naming that 3 different cash focal points in such a central policy area Germany is dealing with might not help to move it. And we touched in our paper, which you will surely read tonight, as well on this point. So maybe that's something interesting to share, but make another point and I can raise it if you prefer.
Well, I think Dijke Potzel already hinted on that, and I wouldn't. I think we laid that out in the paper and in the introduction. But I wanted to come back on the issue of incentives as well, because I think for the grand bargain, I don't want to be the defender of the grand bargain on this panel, but. I think it tried at least to address this logic to some extent with this quid pro quo approach. So there was this idea of you get something and you invest something. So I think this was a good start, and apparently shifting the discussion towards efficiency and effectiveness also got us further than just always insisting on moral. So I think this is a very important learning. And I think if we talk about this very honestly, then we also need to bear in mind that, or be more honest in our conversations, that the humanitarian sector also follows a capitalist logic, and that when we talk about incentives, that this should also be taken into account. And then this changes, of course, also the way that you think about incentives such as the grand bargain. For example, we could put in place key performance indicators where country directors are measured by enhancing localization. This would certainly change things. Maybe a localization marker. I'm not sold on this, but maybe if it's done really well, this could change things. Indicators for overheads. And I mean, all these discussions take place within the grand bargain. And what I hear from the intermediary caucus, I think these were very honest conversations, necessary conversations, and difficult conversations. So don't want to be defender, but also, don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And maybe on your point of cash coordination, Corinna, just sharing something from my research, it did make me very suspicious that no one that I talked to, neither the local actors, the UN actors, think tanks, etc., thought that there was something wrong with the outcomes, because everyone was really happy with the cash coordination caucus. That made me a little bit suspicious.
Dijke Potzel, you have the final word. I might repeat what we discussed before on the stuffing side, because you've been the deputy head of stuffing in the German Foreign Office before. And one key point really coming back to us when we did our interviews, when we did the survey, etc., has been the issue of Germany only investing a fraction of stuff into humanitarian policies, as well as implementing the funding in terms of proportional, looking at it compared to other donors and comparable donors like Sweden. And another point is indeed the rapid rotation, people saying, well, you can't deal, talking about the Director General of the unit, it's very hard to deal with Germany if you have 3 in a row within a year, I believe. And of course, it's the same on the working level. It would be an easy fix, so maybe giving that to you as a final point, but happy to comment on Kayu's point again, if you wish, or whatever you like.
Okay, no, well, yeah, happy to talk about staffing. I mean, in the foreign ministry as such, I think we would be very happy to have even more staff, because everybody is like working really, really hard. So the workload is really very high. On the other hand, I mean, it's, you don't get another 100 or 150 so easily. So you have to make do with what you have, and we have to really appreciate, or I really appreciate a lot the hours that people put in. One also has to say that the huge increase in money and budget that we received over the last few years obviously sort of put more workload on the shoulder of our people. And as I say, it's not so easy to bring in so many new people so rapidly. So that's just not working. On the other hand, but this is getting a little bit technical, but we founded this BFRR, sort of another institution which was actually meant to take over a lot and is actually taking over a lot of the work that was previously done, non-ministerial work, we call it, that was previously done in the foreign ministry. And this is how we lost quite a substantial number of people, but they also take over a lot of work. So yes, more people would be very welcome. On the other hand, we should not complain because we got more money and we have to handle more money per person now. I think everybody is still, all of my colleagues I know are very happy that they can use this money to help people on the ground. So they are seriously putting in a lot of work with a happy heart in a way, which is really amazing to see. So if any of the colleagues are watching online, and to those here in the audience, I see a few, it's also an opportunity for me to say thanks. And thank you for the great discussion.
Thank you for coming. We are proud that Foreign Office will be live, of course, on all screens. That's why they do so much overtime. Thank you for being here. Thanks, Gareth. A big thank you to Geneva. Many thanks for joining. I hope you had sufficient time to intervene, even hybrid. Many thanks, Ed, for coming and for coming to Berlin again. Many thanks, Sonja, and many thanks to the team. This has been a long day where we focused on macro policies of the Zeitenwende, in which ways a humanitarian turning point is needed in times of so many turning points and so many reforms. Tomorrow, we will look into what this might mean in concrete terms. We will look into climate change and humanitarian change, into localization, what it might mean in this respect, in gender and in digitalization and humanitarian reform, looking into what we can learn from Ukraine, from all these crises we discussed already today. For now, it's time for dinner, if you can stay with us here on site. It's time for the DJ, who somewhere has put up everything, I hope. And so we thank you so much for having been here on site. We thank you so much online. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are. And would be very grateful if you could join us tomorrow for any session. We restart at 9:30 Berlin time CET. And so it would be great to have you with us once again. Thank you so much and good night. Goodbye.